what was the date of our last meeting?
July 21st.
July 21.
It was what? July 21? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. The July 21, 2020 council meeting is called back into session. Councilman Covette?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Is that Carlisle?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It has been moved by Vice Chairman Covette and seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Do we have any unfinished business for the July 21st agenda? Hearing none, the July 21st council meeting is hereby adjourned without objection. Sergeant at Arms, will you please call our August 4th, 2020 council meeting to order?
Oh yes, this honorable council of the city of Memphis is hereby called to order for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize our chaplain for today, and her name is Rabbi Sherette Horwitz. I hope I didn't slay your name. We appreciate you being with us today. Will you have the floor for prayer?
Thank you. In the 6-day creation story at the beginning of Genesis, each day concludes with God's reflection on that day, stating it was good. But on Tuesday, God said that it was good twice. Tuesdays are blessed with double goodness, and so it's taught in the Jewish tradition that we should think about making important decisions on Tuesdays. So I pray that everything you discuss today is doubly blessed, that the blessing you bring upon the people of Memphis is doubly blessed, and that you, our leaders, those we turn to make our lives better, experience double blessing in your leadership for us today. So as you begin your session this afternoon, I'd like to offer a prayer. God of protection and God of justice, we invoke your name and your presence to offer the City Council blessing as they meet this afternoon. Guide their decision-making to best serve the resilient, strong, and loving people of Memphis. Ensure that they use their power to take care of us, to keep us safe physically and also emotionally. Guide them so that we always feel the sheltering container of God's love. Help them feel the weight of the responsibility they bear as we trust them to take care of us. Amen.
Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Rabbi Sarit is a friend always and a colleague. I consider her on many occasions when we work together. She joins us from New York City, where she came to Memphis to be the senior rabbi at Beth Shalom Synagogue. She and her husband, Rabbi Aby, who is the spiritual director at the Memphis Jewish Home, have been tremendous assets, not only to the Jewish community, but the whole Memphis community. We're blessed to have them. And Rabbi, thank you so much for praying with us and for us today. We really appreciate you joining us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'd like to say thank you again. I really appreciate the prayer, and I did not know that Tuesday was one of those blessed days. So we know that we're going to have some great conversation on today and make some godly decisions. Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson, will you please recite the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, liberty, and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Please call the roll.
Council members Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Covette,
Here.
Easter Thomas, present, Ford,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan, Smiley,
Present.
Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Present.
Madam Chairwoman, you have a quorum for our meeting today.
Thank you so much, Madam Comptroller. Who has read the minutes of our previous meeting?
I have Council Lady, Chair Lady.
Thank you. Need a
Council
second,
member-
please?
Council members, I've reviewed our meeting minutes of July 21st, 2020, and find them to be in order, move their adoption.
Thank
Second,
you.
Nally.
Thank you. It has been moved by Vice Chairman Covet and seconded by Councilman Canali. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Welcome to the August 4th, 2020 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council, which is being conducted electronically pursuant to notice due to the COVID-19 emergency. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will be included in the minutes of this meeting. The notice of the meeting will be included in the minutes of this meeting. A notice of meeting was placed on the City Council webpage regarding how the public may electronically access the meeting and/or recording of the meeting and how to provide written comments concerning any agenda item or any other matter prior to this meeting. Public comments were to be submitted to the Memphis City Council 24 hours prior to today's meeting. Vice Chairman Covet will read those comments at the appropriate time. He will only read those comments that included the requisite information, which was the person's name and address. Incomplete comments or those received late will be sent to council records and placed in the file. We have one item that's being held, and that's item number 1, and that will be held until September 1st for 2 weeks. Do we have any other items to be dropped or held on the agenda? Hearing
Madam
none.
Chair,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, I do. I apologize. We were moving fast, and I see Councilwoman Easter Thomas in the queue as well.
Okay,
I'll
thank
yield to
you.
her if that has to do with the hold.
Okay.
I've got a hold.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have a hold?
No, Chairwoman, it has to do with an ad, so I yield back to Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you,
Councilman
Councilwoman.
Carlisle.
Madam Chair, if it's without objection, I'd like to hold item number 5, case PD 20-5 until our next meeting. I had an opportunity to speak with some of the neighborhood stakeholders and just would like an opportunity to dig in and hear some feedback from them.
And we're going to hold that to when? September 1st?
Our next, yes, ma'am.
September 1st. I got
Thank
it.
you, ma'am.
Are
Thank
there
you,
any
colleagues.
other holds?
Madam Chairwoman, this is Valerie speaking. May I get some clarity on the hold for item number 5? I heard 2 weeks, which would be August 18th, and I also heard September 1st.
Okay, so let me make sure that I am correct. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks, the 18th. But I asked a question.
I'm sorry. I
I've got my
apologize. Yes,
days
I'm
off
just asking for a 2-week hold till August 18th.
to
Thank
August
you.
18th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Comptroller.
So am I correct on number 1? It's going to be held to September 1st?
That's correct, Chairwoman.
Okay.
We do have that in the record.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. Then I had Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes, Chairwoman. We kind of wrapped up our executive session kind of early, but I would like the motion to suspend the rules to add the renaming resolution to our agenda for same night discussed during Public Works Committee.
Restate your motion.
Motion to, if I need to suspend the rules, but motion to suspend the rules to add the renaming resolution appointment to our agenda today with same night minutes. We discussed this item during the Public Works Committee.
Second.
Point of order. There's no need to suspend the rules. It's just a motion added to the agenda.
Okay, and that should be item number, let me find my list. Is that item number 30 or 31, staff? Item number
30.
Item number 30 will be the renaming.
With same 9 minutes, Chairwoman, I'm
Okay.
requesting.
Same 9 minutes. And let me ask one other question on the, make sure that we're all on the same page. We had one other item, and that was the resolution appointing people to the committee. Is that the same one?
That's the same
Or-
one.
That's the same one. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay. All minds clear. I don't have
Jones
any.
is in the queue as well.
Okay,
Okay, Councilman Jones.
Madam Chair, I wanted to add to the agenda with same night minutes, the resolution to fund the council grants out of the operating budget that were approved in committee this morning.
Second.
Item number 31 is grants, allocations.
Yes, that's my request with same night minutes, please.
Okay, thank you.
That will be item number 31, Chairwoman.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else in the queue. So we have 2 additional items that will be added. Item number 30 is the naming of the committee. Gets the names of the resolution for the people, the committee that will review the street names. And then item number 31 is the grants allocation with same 9 minutes. Both of them require same 9 minutes. Are we, Madam Comptroller, we got that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 items that have been pulled. We have 1 additional item that will be added, and we're going to hear that item instead of number 1. And that was an item left over from our committee meeting. And that was item number 2, a resolution of the Memphis City Council to set the needed police complement of 2,800 officers and request a plan from the administration with an estimated fiscal note attached for the hiring of additional 700 net officers by the end of 2020, and it's sponsored by Councilman Morgan. Are there any other changes? I don't see any. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the consent agenda items with the same 9 minutes?
Madam Chairwoman, I'm really not clear. On our consent agenda, I don't have any items with same night minutes, but our add-ons, which are 3, 29, 30, and 31.
Let's go ahead and hear those.
Thank you very much. Item number 29 is a resolution transferring from completed projects, allocations, and appropriations in GO bonds totaling $1,483,080. This resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This item came before the Budget Committee and received a favorable recommendation, and I so move its approval.
Second, Canali.
Thank you. It's been moved by Jones, seconded by Canali. I don't see anyone in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on this item number 29?
Council members Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye. Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 30.
Item
That's
number 30 is a resolution appointing the City Council Renaming Commission members. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and there's a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
It was in my committee, but this is coming down with unanimous approval from the Public Works Committee.
Okay. And who is the chair of the Public Works Committee? I don't have that information before me.
My feelings are hurt, Madam Chair.
I don't memorize this stuff. Go ahead.
Committee recommend approval, and I so move.
Thank you. I need a second.
Second, Easter Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I'll let y'all worry me. All right. It has been
Madam
moved.
Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that that the correction was made for Kenya Bradshaw. Kenya Johnson printed on some of the material that.
We have made that correction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. This item has been moved and seconded. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 31?
Item number 31 is a resolution to transfer and allocate $1,950,000 to the City Council Community Grant Program.
This was in the Budget Committee. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item came before the committee and received a favorable recommendation, and I so move as amended.
Thank
Second.
you.
Canali.
Thank you. Item number 31 has been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Canali. And it, did you have anything that you needed to share, Councilman Carlisle? Okay, thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on item number 31?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson,
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you.
as amended.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call the fiscal consent agenda?
Item number 16 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds of $752,786 for FY 2020 from FY 2021 operating budget from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the Federal Operation Relentless Pursuit Program coordinated through the Office of the U.S. Attorney General for the Western District of Tennessee. This affects all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 17 is a resolution to accept a donation of $4,000 from Indian American Lodging Association to help fund police operational activities. This affects all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 18 is a resolution to accept a pellet grill valued at $800 for Fire Station 39 from Abundant Grace Fellowship Church, Pastor Dwayne Hunt, Council District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $6,118.27 from CARES Act Provider Relief Fund through U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to Fire Services for prevention, preparation, and response to coronavirus. This affects all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services, and that money amount again was $6,118.27. Madam Chairwoman, that concludes our fiscal consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Madam Comptroller, this item has been moved by Vice Chairman Covette, seconded by Councilman Canali. Will you
Thank
please
you.
call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the MLGW fiscal consent agenda?
That would take us to item number 20, a resolution awarding contract number 12212, Job Evaluation Manager subscription to Corn Ferry in the funded not to exceed amount of $318,195. Item number 21 is a resolution approving after the fact of purchase order number 7020272 to S.J. Patterson Company for a gas tapping machine on emergency basis in the amount of $74,058.78. Item number 22 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 11932, Cellular Communication Services and devices with AT&T Mobility in the funded amount of $806,400. Item number 23 is a resolution approving change number 5 to contract number 11427, audiology recorders upgrade with Carolina Recording System in the funded amount of $49,782.90. And item number 24 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12017, security automation installation and service agreement with Access Control Integration, Inc. in the funded amount of $100,000. Madam Chairwoman, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Thank you. I need a motion.
So moved. Carlisle.
Second, Morgan.
Thank you. Council members, I don't see anyone in the queue. Madam Comptroller, this item was moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covet,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion has passed. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 1?
Number 1 is held for 2 weeks, but I'll continue with the next item, which is up until September 1st, 2020.
I replaced item number 1 with a resolution by Councilman Morgan.
Chairwoman, I think we have that down as item number 32.
Okay, let's move to item number 32. Thank you.
Item number 32 is a resolution of the Memphis City Council to set the needed police complement at 2,800 officers and request a plan from the administration with an estimated fiscal note attached for the hiring of an additional 700 net officers by the end of 2023. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose this will just be a continuation of the conversation and discussions we're
Yes.
having in executive. So I'll pick up where we left off. To say that this resolution doesn't do everything for poverty, so therefore we shouldn't be focused on it. We should be focused on poverty. I don't think there's any resolution in the world that's going to do everything. And if anyone has one that will solve poverty, bring it forward. I think you'll have 13 co-sponsors and we'll all pass it. But in terms of what is directly in front of us, what the city of Memphis can affect, there are aspects of crime and violent crime that we can address and that we can improve upon. And this resolution is a hope to do that. To have community policing, Memphis needs more officers. To have COAC units, such as the resolution that we already passed, and to have them in the neighborhoods, Memphis will need more officers. In order for patrol officers to have greater oversight, supervision, and accountability in the streets, Memphis is going to need more police officers. These are all seemingly obvious statements, but for some reason, I think it was Councilman Carlisle said we seem to be talking past each other. And there was an argument made in discussing violent crime that these were crimes of opportunity. And in one sense, yes, I guess that could be true. But in another sense, there is such a thing as serial rape, serial aggravated assault. And in order to solve more assaults, rapes, and homicides, and thus preventing future victims, Memphis will need more officers. MPD is stretched so thin that we're daily running the risk of a tired officer making a critical and tragic mistake that gets themselves or a citizen hurt. This resolution is meant to acknowledge the need for more officers, ask the administration to present the city council with a targeted plan of how we as a city will reach our hiring goal of 700 additional new officers. The plan from the administration should include a detailed cost, recruitment class timelines, any personnel additions or changes, policy changes, new incentives, and ultimately, I'd like to know why we, and I use that word collectively, we as a city, the city council, the administration, all of us, failed in reaching our previous hiring goal of 2,300 officers by 2020. I believe that we have become too comfortable with our perceived limitations. And I'd like to see a plan that is aware of the hurdles and the logistics in front of us, but is determined to succeed. It will absolutely be a monumental effort. I believe Councilman Johnson called it a full-fledged campaign. And I don't think there should be any illusions that this would be an extremely, extremely difficult goal to achieve, that it would take a commitment of resources, that there would have to be cuts in other locations. But I'm not asking everyone to sign on to what those possible cuts would be, what this possible expense might be, what the possible plan might be. What this resolution is doing is asking the administration to get together to figure out a battle strategy and then present it to us. And then council members will have an opportunity to look at the specifics of it, whether they think the cost is worth it, whether the plan has value or not, and whether or not it should be supported and it should be funded. This is simply acknowledging that we do need more officers and asking the administration for that plan. I hope that this is something that council members can support. Again, it's asking for more information. It's asking for options to be presented in front of you. But if you don't have ears to hear what's going on in the streets, if you haven't been able to see it for yourself, this need, I don't think anything I'm going to say is going to convince you at this point. But the stakes are extremely high on this. If we fail, it is my belief you have more victims, you have more murders, you have more rapes. And these are preventable crimes. And the actions we take, I think as Mayor Strickland put it, we take thousands of votes, but we're going to look back on a certain number of votes as being turning points or opportunities we had to make a difference. And I think this line of questioning that we're going down now of what is and what should the police force look like is a major, major turning point potentially for the city of Memphis. And if we are negligent in our duties, if we don't follow through, if we don't do everything within our power, I will probably look back on it in 8 years on council as the greatest disappointment. So I hope that this resolution can pass. I hope that the debate can continue. And I know we'll be getting into it more, maybe not directly with this language, but again, with the residency question coming up later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Move it.
I'll move it for approval.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And second by Carlisle. Are there any questions? I see Dr. Warren is in the queue. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, Warren, Jones, and then Johnson.
Thank you. Question is, this particular resolution is merely to ask the administration to present us a plan to get to 2,800 and optimizing the police department in such a way as they think will provide the best degree of safety. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes. This is not a commitment necessarily to funding and getting to 2,800, but it's saying it's acknowledging that we need to get there, and then asking the administration what do they believe is the best path to get there and how much would it cost.
Does it answer your question?
Yes. Could you possibly accept a friendly amendment that says something to the extent that although one study has shown we may need 2,800 policemen, we would request the mayor's office to do further evaluations and come back with a presentation to this council about what they think their optimal need is now?
If others have information or data that would lead to a different number, I'd be open-minded to hearing that in a presentation. I haven't seen anything yet to contradict the 2,800. I thought that was a pretty thorough report that was presented to us. That was presented to us last council, and I would stick firm with that 2,800 number until we had some sort of data that showed otherwise.
Well, the reason I'm questioning that is that up until this presentation, we were being told we needed 2,400 to 2,500 police officers repeatedly by Chief Rollins. So he's had studies and he's looked at what he thought he needed up until that point. So in my mind, I wouldn't necessarily hang my hat on one study, and I think it would be more likely to pass if we admitted that we've got one data point with one study here, and we want them to go and do further study and bring it back to us. That's why I was saying I thought it might be a friendly amendment. I think it might get it passed.
Yeah, I think we're always reevaluating based on data that's coming in. So if there's data that exists that could come in and be presented, and I think that 2,500 number that we had previously was based off of Janikowski's study. And so it's Janikowski coming back in, amending his own number. And they really are, I think, widely accepted to be experts in their field. They're not political. It's based in science and academics and a career of studying criminology. So again, unless presented with evidence otherwise, I think 2,800 is the number to go with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield back.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, before we approve something like this, I think that it would be short-sighted of us and irresponsible of us to just take one individual, a couple of individuals, one report, and use that as the gospel, as the number we should use. I just did a cursory search of, and I'm not proclaiming to be any type of expert here, but the International City County Management Association, they have a report entitled An Analysis of Police Department Staffing. How many officers do you really need? There's an organization called the Center for Public Safety Management, the International Association of Chiefs of Police. So before we settle on such a number, when what has been the recommendation of the current police chief has been 24, before we accept that higher number, I would ask that we have a more comprehensive discussion, a more comprehensive and not dialogue about this, and not just take the opinion of one organization before we increase or commit to, or go down the path of committing to increasing our current roles of police officers by 1/3. I still go back to, still saying, let's do more research. Let's see what research out there still says. And as I'm just doing this cursory report here, the jury is still out whether or not an increased number will deliver the commensurate reduction in crime. Thank you.
Okay. Our next council person that's in the queue is Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Lady, so much for this opportunity. Let me first ask the question of Councilman Worth Morgan, I'm sorry. We're basically only asking that the administration provide us a plan of action on how to obtain the officers. Am I understanding correctly?
It's both, it's acknowledging that more officers are needed and then asking the administration to present a plan that will increase the MPD staffing by 700 additional officers by the end of 2023. I am open-minded on the date and things like that and what's achievable. But 2023 is obviously the end of all of our terms. And if we were going to vote on it, I wanted us to be accountable to that number.
Okay. Well, I think no one is debating whether or not we may need some more officers because of various reasons. But I think that hesitation that some may have is trying to go for a 2,800 number that was introduced last week. Could I offer a friendly amendment to say that a complement of 2,400, 2,600, and 2,800? Surely once they have derived, the administration or they have arrived what it actually costs or the different measures that they will take, they can easily increase it to cover the number of potential officers that we would need, rather than just holding up the request to obtain the information.
So if the amendment is to have them present a cost for and a plan for 2,400, for 2,600, and 2,800,
Right.
I would consider that a friendly amendment. I have no problem with them presenting additional plans.
Okay, so I so move that we present it and ask them to present it to us in sections with 2,400, 2,600, and 28. Someone second.
I
It's
didn't
without
hear it.
objection. I think it was accepted as friendly and without objection.
Okay, thank you. So the item has been amended, and I have, it looks like one other person in the queue is Councilwoman Logan.
Point of clarity. Thank you, Chairwoman. A point of clarity. Are we saying that?
Thank you.
Please clarify the amendment. Let me do it like that.
Okay, Councilman Morgan, would you clarify your amendment?
It sounds like in addition to the administration presenting us a plan to get to 2,800 officers, they will also present a plan with expenses included of 2,600 and of 2,400 officers. So it will be 3 plans that they will present.
So are you striking the part about a resolution of the Memphis City Council to set the needed police complement at 2,800 officers and request a plan? Are you striking that first part?
The need being 2,800? No, I think that's pretty set. But they can present us with multiple plans. And we may have to face some very difficult fiscal realities of what we can accomplish in a short period of time, and having multiple options and look at it, I don't see that as a negative.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want, the one thing I guess I'll just address is I can Google WebMD on, what my symptoms are, but I'll go to a doctor to get a specific health plan for myself. I could go and Google mutual funds and equities, but I could go to a wealth advisor or financial advisor to get a specific plan for me. So we can Google what post the Tennessee organization that oversees officers and sheriffs for best practices, and we can Google International Police Association for some numbers. But we've actually hired an organization that has done a report that is tailor-made to us, and that report came back and said 2,800 people. Unless this body thinks that organization is not an expert, or there was collusion to direct a specific number, I'd love to hear those allegations. Or if they think that those numbers, again, is not an expert report, then I guess this body could hire its own consultant to come back with a report to get to that number. But I think it's dangerous waters to have somebody that's tailor-made a report for the city of Memphis that's considered an expert in the field, and then just throw it out to the wind because we don't like what it says. And so with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I have 3 other council people that would like to make comments. Councilwoman,
Madam Chair, don't forget
yeah.
about me.
I know I have you listed here. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, thank you. I need to come back and ask for clarity. When I recommended the friendly amendment for segments, I was also implying, I guess I didn't clearly, definitely didn't state it, that there is no set number of officers that we should agree upon at this given time. So if Councilman Morgan wants to keep it at 2,800, then I'll withdraw my friendly amendment and let him go forward with his resolution as it is, because I'm not supporting saying it has to be at 2,800. I don't know what type of liability we're setting this council in place for down the road if we say something about 2,800 at this point. So it's my preference, just, I guess, to withdraw my friendly amendment if we cannot make any adjustments down the road in his resolution. I respect his resolution at that point. Thank you, Chair.
Morgan.
Okay, yeah, I guess we did have a communication error about the 2,800. No, I think that number is correct and set, and it's been set by experts. It wasn't done flippantly. This has been not only years of work, but decades and a lifetime of work by several experts in what they have recommended to us. And unless, I know we can research forever if you just want to hypothetically debate this. But when you have a report that was delivered to us, like the one from 2 weeks ago, I think we do have to not take it as gospel. We do have to take it as truth. And it's a hard reality. And it might be an expensive one. That's what we're trying to figure out the number. And unless council members have direct evidence or an argument as to why the experts were wrong last week, I'm going to stay firm on their number of 2,800.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley, and then Councilwoman. Did you need to say something?
Again, I guess I'm asking for clarity. If we agree to 2,800, how does that affect us in our future budget? How does that affect anything that we may do?
It affects future budget zero. And so this is one of those things where you kind of have a number of police officers that you're driving towards that you think is the goal. And then you have a funded number of police officers, which is what our budget is. And then you have our actual number of police officers, which is usually less than that. So this is about the ideal and what we need to be focused on as a target for the city of Memphis to achieve lower crime, but it does not affect funding. It does not change the council's ability to set next year's budget or this year's budget at whatever number they so choose of funded officers. But this is an agreed upon target and then asking for the administration a plan to work towards that target.
Okay, may I ask another question, Chairwoman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when we speak about the complement, I'm trying to get clarity. When we said complement of organization, complement of the police department, when you look at the budgeting, we won't in the future be looking at 2,800 possible officers when we're doing the budget? Yes? No?
I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry, you said, no, so the budget is always going to be a look at the coming fiscal year and how many officers or positions in any department we intend to have filled. Obviously, there's no reality in which we will have 2,800 officers in the city of Memphis next year. So you do your just best estimates on the recruiting classes that you think you can have. The 2,800 is an aspirational number that we will be working towards, but it would certainly be a multi-year goal.
Okay. Thank you for the response. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay, Councilman Smiley.
I've just been dying to say something. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Councilman Morgan, quick question for you, and then I'm gonna make a couple points. So if I vote in favor of this resolution, does that mean I agree that the city of Memphis needs 2,800 officers?
I guess that's up to your own interpretation of the language. I can't really speak for you.
It's your resolution. I need clarity.
Sure. Okay. I think it would be your acknowledgement of the report that we received 2 weeks ago was 2,800 officers, and yes, that would be a needed number in order to reduce crime and achieve the goals that were set out 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. Before I guess I preface all of my comments with respect to all of my colleagues that Mayor Strickland and I agree about one thing in particular, and that is, I believe this is a situation where reasonable minds can disagree. And as it relates to the experts and trusting the experts, I'm not sure, since I've been paying attention to the council and the way that the administration works, I don't think we've ever been a body or city to act off of one expert making a determination. Just broadly speaking, or thinking about TBA and MISO and the power, we've commissioned, we received several different studies from several different experts, all weighing in on a particular subject. And I don't think we should be moved so quickly as it relates to this one particular report. This is one report from one entity that suggests that we need 2,800 officers. So I don't think relying solely on one report that says this would be advisable. And two, I do want to acknowledge a few things. So I sent the email out at some point in time suggesting that all of my colleagues take a look at an op-ed by a young lady by the name of Sarah Lockridge-Steckel. She's the CEO and co-founder of the Collective Blueprint. And I'm just going to read a little bit of it because I know we're busy and we have not had that much time in between. But I just want to read a very small section of the op-ed. It's called Opportunities Builds Safer Communities. We all want safer cities to call home. Those working for police reform and accountability have the same aims as Mayor Strickland. A city that is safe where all of our residents can thrive. We just differ on how we get there. In recent days, Mayor Strickland has called for an even more dramatic goal for police staffing, to increase police staffing to 2,800 rather than 2,300 officers previously called for. That will require hiring 700 officers. The data does not show that we need more police to become a safer city. Mayor Strickland cites a few critical data points in the call for increasing policing. He stated when police officers' numbers increase, violent crime decrease. Though true, this neglects that across the country, violent crime has also decreased during the same period, regardless of officers' counts in the cities. In fact, New York Police Department decreased their number of police officers, and violent crime continued to go down. Police experts will tell you it is more about how you utilize police officers rather than how many you have. Important to note, during the same period of decreased staffing that Strickland mentioned, overall crime has actually decreased. In fact, overall crime in Memphis has decreased for the past 15 years. And from 2018 to 2019 alone, it decreased by 5.5%. If our goal is to address violent crime, we have to look to solutions that will actually target violent crime. Most police officers are not spending bulk of their time dealing with or preventing violent crimes. While the Memphis Police Department received 939,000 police calls, police dealt with little over 12,000 incidents of violent crime. In general, they spend 88% of their time largely responding to lower level calls and dealing with administrative paperwork. The other 926,000 incidents and school and violent crime, but presumably in many cases, calls to deal with challenges officers are often not equipped to completely solve. And to sum up, what she's essentially suggesting is, and what she cites numerous studies, one by the Boston study. There's another article that she cites. She cites studies that suggest that increasing the officers is not necessarily the goal or not necessarily what we need to be doing in the city of Memphis. And with that, I yield back, and I will also say this: I will be voting against this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. As far as this resolution, I don't think that it should be in the council's purview to set hiring numbers for the HR department and for MPD, especially with this number, this complement steady changing, and seeing that it's always going to change. And that's a pretty slippery slope. And as you say, that more officers would prevent crime or lead to less crime, how do we know that? We keep saying this one report, this one study. We haven't had any factual information that actually says how officers are going to reduce, how more officers are going to reduce crime. There has not been a direct link to that. But if officers are related to crime, as we said, we've also agreed that poverty is also related to crime. So if we are setting a complement for officers, can we go ahead and set a complement for the amount of homeless people that we want to decrease to, the amount of impoverished citizens in our neighborhoods, the amount of schools that have blighted areas around them that don't have crosswalks? We should go ahead and set all our complements for all the things that are related to crime so that they can work in tandem with the amount of officers, and we can see what works. But as far as setting a complement number, we do not have any data that says more officers decrease crime. And since we don't have that data, I cannot support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that the goal of this resolution is to try to get us some clarity about what we're going to need in the future. I was a sociology major, and pretty much the study that we had done was, a sociological study. And, every one of these things have wiggle room in it. You make your study based on certain hypotheses, and depending on where you set them up, that's the number you get at the end. So although Dr. Janowicz is very well respected, his hypotheses could possibly not include everything that we want included to give us an idea of where we need our police officers. Part of that may have to do with how the police officers are being used. Are they being used in burglary divisions? Are they being used in task force to stop violent crime? Are they being used to write parking tickets? I think today we actually saw we need some of them being used in speeding intervention before someone gets killed in these drag races. So, I mean, there's an obvious need that's out there. I think this resolution is a good resolution to ask for information. And I think the only thing that's stopping it going through is the number of 2,800 that we're sort of sticking with like it's God's law, and realizing that there's variability in sociological studies. So again, I think Councilwoman Johnson's, friendly amendment is a friendly amendment, and, taking that number from 24 to 26 to 28 and asking that question in our supposition is a reasonable thing to do. And I would recommend Councilman Morgan consider doing that, simply because this is social science. It's not, and even regular science, it all depends upon what your hypotheses are and what you're trying to prove and the methods that you use. And there's always data there that you may not know. So, let's realize we're doing this as best we can, and let's get the data coming back to us. And in this data, I think one of the things I liked about it was he wanted the mayor to say how these police officers are going to be used and what we were going to do with them in the future And it could be that once we change some of those things, it may change Dr. Janowitz's projections. So I think 24, 26, 28 possibly is the number we need. And I think to do that is a reasonable thing. And if you could change the resolution to say that, I think you'd have the votes to pass it. So ball's in your court, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan.
So look, if it's the will of the body to make a change, not everything has to be done by friendly amendment. If there can be an amendment, there can be a second and a vote on it. And we are constantly evaluating and reevaluating data and making the best decisions we can based on the information that we have at hand. When we get new information, we reevaluate, and it's okay to amend or change, and that's not considered a flip-flop. Right now, the best data we have says 2,800, and I'm going to follow that.
Then I would like to make an amendment that we change this resolution to say 24, 26, or 28 as a possible number that we need, and to add the language of Councilwoman Johnson at the end as far as the study data that we're requesting for the administration. And I would need a second.
I'll second it. Thank you, Dr. Warren. So your new motion is to request the exact same information, but based on 24, 26, and 28. Is that correct?
Yes, and with the supposition at the beginning that Memphis may need 24, 26, or 2,800 complement of police officers, and have the administration to look into those numbers and give us their recommendations based on those three options.
Okay, thank you. I have two other council members that wanted to speak, but we have a new motion on the floor. Do you want to speak to this motion? Councilman Smiley. No, I'm sorry. First, it was Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I guess it's speaking to the amendment and the full resolution. Councilman Warren brought up about data and that all of the data is not there. And I think that even more reason that it shouldn't go through because we don't have sufficient data to help us make decisions, but also remembering that data can show what you want it to show because it can be manipulated. And I think that that's what's happening here with the data that we have and the insufficient data that we have that still does not show how more police officers are going to reduce the crimes that we have in this city. So thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could respond to that. It's a question back.
Yes, Councilman Morgan.
Councilman Easter Thomas, you said that the data has been manipulated. Where?
Manipulated by the verbiage and the support that it's putting towards to say this is why we need 2,800 numbers.
Right. Where is it being manipulated? What's not? Specifically, if you think it's being manipulated.
Specifically, it does not show how more police officers will reduce crime. And we are using this one report as a basis and a foundation to set a number that we have no idea if we reach it, one, how we'll pay for it, but two, if it's even going to be effective.
No, there were multiple. Now I'm gonna have to correct you. There were multiple slides in the report about the number of officers reducing crime. It showed both a correlation and a causation when you get down to the micro level. That's not correct.
Still stands that data can be manipulated for whatever you want to use it for. So you're using it as a reason that we need to get to 2,800 numbers. We can also see that as a reason that we have a poverty problem in this city. That's all the point that I was trying to make.
Okay. I think what was presented to us was done so by people that have had an unimpeachable record in their academic careers in criminology and expertises in their field with no political motivation. I didn't even ask any questions after the presentation. I didn't try to make a political statement out of what they were saying. I was hoping the council members would be able to absorb what they were saying as unbiased, presented facts that could help improve the quality of life of people in Memphis and even save some lives.
Well, Councilman Morgan, you don't have to have political aspiration to have an incentive or a reason to get involved in political matters. So that's all, Chairwoman. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley?
I guess this question is for Dr. Warren. I'm just I just wanted clarity on your amendment. So I'm looking at the, I guess the initial resolution. I'm trying to figure out what does your amendment actually suggest or state?
I think what it states is this particular resolution is asking administration for a plan and what it would cost if we had 24, 26, or 2,800 policemen. And it's stating at the beginning that assuming that we need 24, 26, or 2,800 policemen, what is it going to cost us? That's not saying by definition we need this amount. It's asking them, look at this study, tell us after you've gotten all these numbers, what do you think we need, what can we afford, and what's workable? And it's asking them to bring us that report. And so we'll have numbers on 3 different complements of police officers. And we're not tying ourselves to a 2,800 number. We're asking for data coming back from the administration after they've researched this. And I think that's going to give us a better idea, and we won't get tied up in one study. Because as every study, it depends upon what your hypotheses are and your baseline. And this gives us some time to do it, because if they rearrange how our police department's working, they may have different, numbers. So let's let them come and bring it to us. And this is ideally going to be coming to us from our next police chief. So, I think what we need to do is they're looking at the job. These are questions we're asking them to bring us. They'll have this on record. So I think it's a reasonable thing to put out there so our police chief can say, okay, here's what you asked. This is what I think.
Okay, so essentially your amendment will be striking paragraph 2 of the resolution and also paragraph 6. So the paragraph that
we could have the resolution put up on the screen so we can see it. Some of us are not quite as good at being able to pick this off of our third computer.
So paragraph 2 of the resolution, it calls for, so 1, it's just saying that we acknowledge that we need 2,800 officers. You would be striking that paragraph, and then paragraph 6 saying basically we acknowledge that we need 700 additional officers. So we'll be striking that paragraph. And essentially, we're calling for the administration to give us the numbers, what it would look like to have 2,400 officers, I think said 2,600 officers and 2,800 officers.
Yes, sir. We could also change the language where it says Memphis City accepted a presentation by Drs. Janowiski and Dr. Betts and acknowledged that they stated a complement of 28 would be best suited to protect the cities of Memphis. We can acknowledge that they stated that. It doesn't mean that we agree with that. And okay, and then I think that's what we're trying to do is just to get out from under. Where's paragraph 7? Can you show me that one?
Paragraph 6?
Yeah, paragraph 6.
It's highlighted.
Fiscal hurdles to adding an additional 300, 500, or 700 officers, and in order to accomplish this goal, resources will have to be allocated and planned. So I think that gets us to our 24, 26, and 2,800.
Yeah, and then I guess we also have to amend, you'll also be amending the last, now therefore be it resolved where it mentions 2,800.
Yeah, I think can we see the second page, or is that it? That would increase the number of, to either, I think we put either 24, 26, or 2,800 by the end of 23.
Okay, they gave me some clarity. Okay. I just wanted to know what.
It's easier to rewrite it that way.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what your amendment would look like. Thank you so much. With the
Yeah, that'll help them redo it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I guess my first question is, have we heard from Councilman Then Morgan, is he accepting that amendment?
No, this is a new amendment
Okay.
on the, this is not an amendment. This is a new motion on the table.
Okay, so, no, okay. All right,
Does
that
that
was my
answer your
question. Yeah,
Okay.
that answers my question. On other comment I would like to make, we need a plan. So I don't know why we have to have any numbers. So if we can do something and remove all the numbers, I think the plan is more important than anything. But thank you. Thank you, Chair, for listening.
Thank you. Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I go back to the report that was submitted to us a couple of weeks ago, and it was also duplicated that in the presentation that Mayor Strickler provided earlier. You just took part of the presentation that was presented to us. And, just did a quick Google search here. And like I said, I found it puzzling that our peer cities of what we are choosing to compare ourselves to would be Baltimore, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee, Newark, St. Louis, and Stockton, California. So I emailed to you, everybody, just a second ago, and I would offer that when you look at San Diego, Dallas, Austin, Indianapolis, Fort Worth, Louisville, Nashville, Charlotte, and Kansas City, they all are about somewhere 300, 400 square miles in which those cities cover. And so I would say, let's look at those cities versus a Buffalo, which covers 40 square miles, and looking at that. So, I know that Dr. Batts and Dr. Janikowski are well respected in this community, but I still think that an outcome based upon the input can forward whatever that argument may be. I think that any of us in the cities that I identified here, any of us would agree that those probably have more in common with Memphis than the cities that were presented here. So, I just go back into to take one presentation, take one organization or individual's presentation, and that be what we base our decision upon. I think that's irresponsible for us to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I would like to ask a question for clarity. Again, we've talked about it from committee all the way up to now, that the study opened up with the fact that poverty is the basis. And we continue to want to skip that and go to policing, as though that study didn't give us the solution, or didn't give us the priority or the primary reason for the for the crime. If we're concerned about crime, if the conversation is crime, as my other colleague, all of my colleagues before me have said, then we should be addressing the root cause or the primary cause as they addressed it. If the mayor and the administration are going to come and say, let's look at a reason for, let's look at the policing and those numbers, since the study suggested 2,800, there's no way we can just disregard the first half of that study. And so if we're going to continue to do the same things as Councilman Smiley mentioned, then we should just leave the whole conversation alone if we're not going to be real and address the real root of the cause. And so, as Councilwoman Easter Thomas said, as I said this morning in committee, if we don't have a plan for the poverty, the crime will continue. If we don't have a plan for the violent crime, the crime is going to continue, regardless of how many policemen you have. Why are we disregarding that part of the study and focusing on the number of policemen, which was secondary in the study? I'm not understanding why we want to do that, knowing that if that's not the primary cause, it's going to continue. So, I would even suggest that we hold off on this and come until administration comes back with a plan on how to address the poverty, which is the primary source based on the study, as well as the complement of policemen. Because if you address the poverty, you may not need as many, you won't need as many policemen as they're saying. But there's no way we can be responsible and look our constituents in the eye, knowing that a study that we're basing this number off told us that the primary concern is poverty. Even the constituents know it's poverty, they're living it. Our communities, we see it every day. We cannot have a blind eye to the real root of cause of this, and it's poverty, from blight to every other, the digital divide and everything else that we're dealing with in the city of Memphis. It has to do with poverty and economics of our city. And we have to wake up and be bold enough to say, until we have a plan for both, we don't need to be voting on either. And with that, I yield back, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan?
Yeah, if I respond, one of them has to be voted on before the other. We're not going to have a simultaneous debate and discussion on both. And I would push back a little bit on the Janikowski report. They were very careful in the language they use about correlation, causation, and indicators. And they were very specific in talking about poverty, that they use poverty as an indicator of crime. And that you've got hot spots for poverty, you've got hot spots for crime. And they also said, as it said in Bleeding Out, the book, that you've got people that are hot spots for crime, the individuals who are committing multiple violent crimes. So they were using poverty as an indicator for crime. I don't recall whether or not they were trying to make a causation between property crimes and poverty. I certainly would. I believe that down to my core, and I think the evidence shows that out. I don't think it's necessarily a direct causation. You could find correlation, but not necessarily a direct causation with a lot of violent crime. But again, this is not an omnibus resolution. And there will never be a resolution that we vote on that fixes every ill in the city of Memphis. But this is talking about something that we can have a direct effect on. We can talk about the police force and the size of it and the purpose of it and what it should look like. And this is a plan to do that. And if we have a limited number of hours in the day, if we want to start talking about poverty for the next 5 meetings, I'm okay with that, but let's get the police force on the right track.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue.
I'm in the queue, Chairwoman.
In the queue.
After COVID.
Okay, so Councilman Covett, and then we'll close out with Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Morgan, do I understand correctly that the same group that presented to us last time is the same group that presented to us and said 2,400 police officers?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Colleagues, I get it. Google is a great resource. But we have folks that are independent, PhDs. They've dedicated their life to this study. To have a PhD and to become a doctor is the highest educational honor. It means you are an absolute expert in your field. They have come back to us and they have said 2,800 officers is what we need. I agree with Councilman Morgan that, if y'all want to spend the next 10 meetings working on the poverty issue, no problem. The question in front of us now, though, is we got to have a target. The PhDs have given us the target. The target's 2,800. Unless I'm mistaken, all we're asking is the administration to tell us how we're going to get there, how long it's going to take, and how much it would cost. So the question, you can debate the numbers to your blue in the face. You can consult Google till you're blue in the face, no problem. But at the end of the day, the PhDs have given us a target. Let's go with the target. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I wanted to ask if the study could be pulled up again, since this is for us to discuss and for the public to see. Do we have that readily available?
I have it, Madam Chair. This is the
Presented today in executive or the one from last week? Which study?
The report that is being referenced on which we're using the base.
If you give us a moment, we'll pull it up.
And
Chairman.
if there, I know that it was said that there is a direct relation or data on this report that shows how more police officers will reduce crime, and I'm just asking for that to be pointed out on this report once it's pulled up.
You're muted, Councilman Morgan.
It's the page is the correlation page where it shows the number of officers we have and the violent crime in Memphis being inversely related and tracking it for the last 15 years.
I think that'll be a good thing to pull up for the public to see as they listen to our discussion.
And then also it was the talk about investigator cases, caseload per investigator, and what that would do in the violent crime investigative units.
Council members, while staff pulling that report up, I just want to remind you that we need the police department, our executive team, and HR to present a comprehensive plan on how we want to move forward. And then we'll know exactly what questions to ask. But I think we're getting the cart before the horse, because if we're making any changes in the complement of the police department without making any changes or reimagining police, then that doesn't, the numbers that we have now will not cover any changes that they make within their plan. I believe we ought to allow the staff to come back with a plan based on the committee the suggestions that are made by our committee. We need to get a comprehensive plan of how we move forward, how we reimagine policing, and how police actually do their work in our community. What are the process improvements they will make? What will be the return on investment, and what the reorganization will look like. And then at that point, you can start asking, what will it cost if we do 1, 2, 3? What will it cost if we do 3, 4, 5? And what will it cost if we select items 6, 7, and 8, or a hodgepodge of all the above? I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I'm gonna allow you to finish the conversation. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As this is pulled up and as you were, I think, reading my mind, I'm not sure, but I would like to make a motion to send this resolution to the Public Safety Task Force by Councilwoman Logan for recommendation.
Second.
So the motion that's, who seconded that?
Smiley seconded.
Okay, so the motion on the floor was Councilman Warren's, the 24, 26, 28. You want that one moved to the committee, is that correct?
No, this resolution submitted by Councilman Morgan.
The motion that's on the floor is Dr. Warren's. We've got to dispose of that first.
Okay, well, I call for the question on Dr. Warren, and then I have my next motion.
Okay, thank you. Madam Comptroller, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Make sure I'm correct. Did I have anybody else in the queue? No. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on Dr. Warren's motion? This is item number 32.
Councilmember Canali?
No.
Carlisle?
No.
Vice Chairman Covette?
No.
Easter Thomas?
No.
Ford?
No.
Johnson,
Abstain?
Jones,
No.
Logan,
No.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
Abstain.
Swearingen,
No.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
No, that motion fails. We're back to our main motion, and that was the original item number 32.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes. Councilman
Trying to-
Smiley.
Okay, just a real quick question. So Councilwoman Easter Thomas's motion, I guess it couldn't stand because there was two motions on the floor at the time.
That's correct.
So if I make a motion now, since there's only one motion on the floor, would it stand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you
I
get a
move to. Okay, I move to send this to the Public Safety Task Force.
Second.
Object.
Okay.
Object.
We have two objections. So the main motion is back on the floor.
Chairwoman, you would vote on her motion, on the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, well, let's vote on it.
Madam Chair, I'd
Madam
like to speak to the motion.
Yes. Are you in the queue?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the queue before I move forward?
Jones.
Jones and Carlisle, okay. Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, real quick, I believe the task force was formed to look at ways in which to recruit and retain officers. This is asking the administration to establish a fiscal note and a plan on how to achieve 2,800 officers. So they're two separate scopes of work. So I don't think it'd be appropriate for this resolution to go towards the committee. It would be outside of their purview. Therefore, I think we need to vote on that.
Madam Chair, if I can speak, just respond to Councilman Carlisle briefly.
Yes, sir.
So I guess you are somewhat correct, but in that, during that committee, the Chief Smith, who is the police HR department, is also in that committee, and she also has the ability to look at the complement. And what we're trying to do and what you all are trying to do is trying to figure out what that number is assigned to know. I think Chief Smith is well capable of doing that. And I think the appropriate place for it to be is in the Public Safety Committee. The same thing we did last week, not last week, the last council meeting as relates to Councilwoman Easter Thomas' proposal to rename Poplar Avenue, a portion of Poplar Avenue. We sent that to the appropriate committee. What I'm asking you to do today is do the very same thing that you did last week, last council meeting, which was send it to the appropriate committee. So if you object to this, that means, without trying to be so blunt, it seems to be a tad bit hypocritical. With that, I yield time. Thank you.
I'll respond since I still have the floor then. I'm fine to send it to the committee.
Y'all
to
having
come back
fun yet?
I'm fine to send it to the committee to have a plan to come back. But I think that's the only amendment, correct? So we're going to acknowledge the 2,800 officers then.
Send it to committee.
Well, that's the way we sent the resolution you're speaking of or you're referencing was we acknowledge the resolution, all of the recitals, but allow the committee to decide if that is what was in the best interest of the city. So what we're saying here is that we're going to acknowledge that 2,800 officers is the number, and we're going to allow the committee to decide the best way to achieve that.
Can I give a point of clarity, Chair?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Last council meeting, we did not acknowledge what was put in that resolution. We simply just sent it to the committee as a recommendation. And so just to affirm what Councilman Smiley just said, that's the same thing.
That's not what happened. We go back and look at the meeting minutes. We sent a full resolution who's therefore be it resolved, recommended that it go to the committee after all of the recitals. And if you look in the queue, Councilman Wade is acknowledging that we are sending as is.
He's not a councilman.
I'm sorry, Counselor, the Attorney Wade. Yeah, Attorney Wade is acknowledging that we're sending this resolution as is. I just, again, point of information, last meeting rather, we sent that resolution renaming Black Lives Matter Avenue to a committee with all of its recitals and its acknowledgements to determine in that committee what to do with that information. That is what
right, but we also said that it shouldn't be on Poplar Avenue, so that was not acknowledging the main move of the resolution. The same here. We're not acknowledging that 2,800 is the number. We're simply putting it to the committee to then make that decision and then come back with their recommendation if they so wish.
If I may,
Council, wait, let's get some order here. It's your motion on the floor. Are you responding to Councilman Chase Carlisle?
Absolutely. So Councilman Carlisle, I definitely understand your point. What I would note that there were several amendments made to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's motion. I believe what ended up going to the committee, and I know Attorney Wade is listening, so please correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Wade. What ended up going to the committee was the amendment made by Councilwoman Johnson. If I'm incorrect, let me know. But if we're talking about the amendment, and if we're simply speaking on the motion, we can send it to the committee, and the committee go through due diligence, take a look at everything, and the committee can make a recommendation, and it still comes before this body. The only thing I'm asking for today is that this be sent to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlisle, are you finished with your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, can Attorney Wade confirm and verify that that's what we're doing? Because we definitely do not want to confirm 2,800 as the complement. So if he's on here, can he say yay or nay?
Okay,
he said he's not a council member.
I'm not a council member. Let me clarify this. This is a proposed resolution. It has not been adopted by the body. It has not been adopted by a committee. So when you send it back to a committee, it goes to the committee that can slice it up, dice it up, do whatever the hell they want to do with it, just like anything else that we have. So no, you're not making any commitment at this point.
Does that answer your question,
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, Councilman Morgan.
I have no interest in sending this to committee. The intent of this is to send it to the administration for action.
Okay. And I see Councilman Jones to close us out, and we're going to a vote.
If this does go back before committee, one of the things I'm looking at the presentation from Dr. Janikowski a couple of weeks ago, and this was presented today in the mayor's presentation to us based upon the same information. But there's a slide in here that talks about the overall. This goes back to the year. So I'll just look at the original presentation from Dr. Janikowski. Page 14, it was the graph that looks at.
Excuse me, Councilman Jones.
Yes.
Staff, will you please turn the mic off for our attorney? Thank you. Now go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On page 14, there is a chart that looks at the percent change in number of sworn officers in violent crime from 2011 to 2018. Then there's a percent change in the number of sworn officers in robbery rates. As was discussed earlier, I think that these two slides may be supporting the narrative and may show the correlation that everybody's trying to associate with the number of officers. But I would like the committee to look at the number of officers and the murder and non-negligent manslaughter, disaggregate the data. Look at the number of officers in forcible rape. Look at the number of officers in aggravated assault. So we look at it in totality as violent crime, and we say the number of officers, violent crime goes down. But what was presented was only one data point. there are 3 others missing. So until we're looking at that total disaggregated picture, I don't think that we're using all of the data that we can to make our decision. So I just hope that that's part of the discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Thank you very kindly. It was Councilwoman Johnson's point last council meeting, and I thought it was quite vital. We have formulated these committees, and the reason that she wanted to send the last resolution to committee, because she thought it was very vital to include constituents into decision-making, have their vital input, have stakeholders come and share their concerns. And if we did it, if we formulated the committee for the street name changing, and we have formulated a committee for safety. And I think it would be vital to utilize those committees and send it back to the committees and allow the constituents to have a more involved function with city government. Thank you very kindly.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on this item to send item number 32 to committee?
Councilmember Canali,
No.
Carlisle,
Nope.
Vice Chairman Covet,
No.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
No.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That item will be moved to committee. That item passes. Thank you. Okay, Madam Comptroller.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So I'm trying to make sure where we are now. I think our regular agenda.
That would take us to item number 2, which is the resolution approving a plan development located east of 2324 Germantown Parkway, behind the Shogun Restaurant, containing plus or minus 3.368 acres, PD 93-328, approved conditions, regulated more recently by PD 97-364. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 93-328.
Thank you, Councilman Covet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Bryson is our applicant in opposition on the line.
Chairman Covet, all the calls are on the same go-to, they're all online.
Okay, so they're all here. All right, colleagues, as you recall, we met in committee. We sent it to council with no recommendation. I'd like to move it to the floor for discussion purposes. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved properly seconded. Bryson, how many people are in opposition on the line?
We have 3 individuals who are against the project, Mr. Ralph Fagan, Frank Williams, and Carl Garrett.
All right, thank you very much. Council members, we give our applicant or we give our opposition 2 minutes apiece. 3 of them, that means 6 minutes. And then we give our applicant 6 minutes. To everyone, as we call on you, I'm going to need your name and address, and we'll start your 2 minutes the moment you start sharing with us. And I might also recommend that you save some time for possible rebuttal afterwards. All's clear? All right. We're actually, because Mr. Fagan is the appellant, we go with opposition first. Mr. Fagan, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
All right. If you get your name and address, your 2 minutes will begin.
I'm the appellant, Ralph Fagan. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I hope there's time after to answer questions. I've lived at 18 years at 8279 Belgrade Place in Cordova, directly next to the Williams residence, which the PD abuts, and I lie just southeast of it. Many residents in Countrywood subdivision voiced opposition through letters and calls prior to the May 14th hearing. I was one of 5 who spoke, but time ran out, so I'm appealing to you today. Let me be completely clear. I do represent the Countrywood Neighborhood Association and over 2,800 Countrywood residents. As constituents to 4 of you, we are all in opposition to the LUCB decision as rendered to grant approval to the developer to build his parking storage lot directly next to our subdivision. All Countrywood is strongly united and takes this hearing and its outcome seriously, and we ask all of you to do so too. We need your full support. We are your fellow Memphis citizens, and this is an out-of-state developer. I know some of you received letters and emails from our Countrywood neighborhood president, Carl Garrett, who will speak soon, supporting this appeal. It's important to note that this appeal is not objecting to Strong Point storage entirely as approved in the staff report. Major objection is the proximity of the parking lot to our neighborhood. There are 4 points of this appeal and reasons for them, all of which are based on observations, supporting Memphis data, and the guidelines and ideas of Memphis 3.0, most importantly. The staff report concludes RV and boat storage parking over a gas easement and next to residential is compatible under 3.0. With all due respect, it is not. And in this case, counter to Memphis 3.0. The parking lot, as approved, will diminish the woods and inevitably contribute to a greater presence of transient foot traffic across the parking lot, and that's that much closer to our homes. The parking lot storage portion of the development will unduly diminish the quality and safety of our lives, enjoyment of our homes and backyards. For this reason, we ask you to provide a 100-foot existing wooded buffer. Number 2, the proposed PD, as approved, will contribute to the grading of Countrywood and its tax base. Everyone wants economic development when it is compatible with residential land use. Mayor Strickland said neighborhoods first. I say keeping Shelby County residents in Shelby County and home values up is also in the interest of Memphis, Mayor Strickland, and you, Memphis City Council. We all witness results.
Mr. Fagan, you've got less than 30 seconds remaining.
Okay. In finishing, we implore you to extend a 75-foot buffer to a 100-foot buffer. We ask for the back of the building facing Countrywood to be a sky blue. I wasn't able to provide you my last points, but hopefully there'll be time for questions. I'll close by saying thank you, and let's develop Memphis as Memphis 3.0 intends.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Mr. Williams, are you on the line?
I am, sir.
Okay, could I get your name and address, and we'll start the time.
Okay, I'm Frank Williams. I live at 8277 Belgrade Place, which is directly adjoining the property in the rear. I'm a resident of Countrywood, and I've been here since almost 40 years ago. When I moved here, Germantown Road was only a 2-lane road, but I know that I love this community, and I invested here because at the time, it continues to be also the most stable and thriving community here in the Memphis area. This community has always had a healthy relationship with our elected leaders and has kept in constant dialogue with them regarding matters concerning not only us, but the entire Memphis community. We've done this by sponsoring gatherings and inviting council members, developers, state representatives, and others to inform us as a voting community. When I first moved here, it was only a 2-lane road, but as Memphis grew, we grew. Our community now is diverse in not only in our diversity, but also in the number of dwellings and the types of dwellings we have. And that's why when I was scanning through the Memphis 3.0 document, that plan that was adopted by this very body just last year on page 5, I saw this quote, and I quote, "Ours is a neighborhood's first administration, and that is a philosophy incorporated into Memphis 3.0, the long-term plan for our city," end quote. And so today, we in Countrywood are asking you to approve Mr. Holyfield's project. Our only request is that in line with Memphis 3.0, the plan adopted by you last year, you grant the reasonable accommodations requested by Mr. Fagan in his appeal. And I thank you for your time.
You did it exactly 2 minutes. Well done, Mr. Williams. Carl Garrett, are you on the line? Mr. Garrett, if you're talking, you need to unmute. There you go.
All right, thank you. My name is Carl Garrett, 2174 Montego Drive, Cordova, Tennessee. And I want to thank all of you council members for handling this appeal. I am the president of the Countrywood Neighborhood Association. And Greater Countrywood contains over 2,800 houses. And the Countrywood Neighborhood Association has been very proactive in polling its residents and its board and our infield neighborhood leaders about this matter. And in June, we asked for support from the 5 city council members who are present today. And as I mentioned in my March 30th letter to the Land Use Control Board, the association wants to keep the development within the overall character of our community. We want to protect our increasing property values and minimize the development's impact. The association is not opposed to the Strong Point Storage's proposal, but it is requesting your support for the reasonable changes being requested by Mr. Williams and Mr. Fagan. And that's basically a 100-foot natural buffer on the east side, sky blue color on the east wall, adequate screening of mechanical equipment, and reduced parking encroachment of RVs and boats on the east side. And we also would like to prohibit any future erection of cell towers on the property. Thank you very much for your consideration and for all the work you council members do every day. I yield my time back.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. You have 30 seconds remaining if you wish to rebut. Now I believe we go to the applicant. Mr. Holyfield, are you on the line?
Mr. Holyfield was on the line. I saw his name indicate that he had left, but I did not see him return.
This is not good.
One moment, I'm going to call him. He's here. He's trying to turn his volume back on. One moment.
Well, the volume was on, but I was unable.
We can kind of hear you.
Trying to.
I apologize for that. Appreciate you guys letting me speak today at the meeting. Just to kind of give you a quick timeline of our development. We've been working on this since early January. We do Class A multi-story self-storage facilities and really up and coming growing areas of different areas in the South. We started this application back in February in our first meeting for a major modification to the PUD. The existing PUD was set for April, and we got closer to that deadline. And there was some kickback from the neighborhood that they didn't have enough time to review it, so we actually extended another month until May just to give them enough time to do that. We also agreed to do, I think we had 3 different Zoom meetings with numerous neighbors on the phone, and even I believe one of the councilmen as well, just so we could get feedback from everybody and get their ideas of what they were against and what they were looking for in this project. At that time, they were didn't like the RV parking. The existing PUD they had allows our parking to go back to the 39-foot setback, but we agreed to go ahead and lose about 14 parks and pull it back to the building setback at 75 feet. So we kind of worked with them on that. They talked about having a parapet wall on the rear of the building so we could hide the HVAC compressors, and we agreed to go ahead and install that and build that as well. And they also wanted to have some evergreen buffers on both sides of the fencing. The RV parking is going to be totally enclosed with fencing, and they wanted to have evergreen buffers on both sides of the fencing. We agreed to do that as well. The 75-foot buffer, the existing woods, it's a thicket woods. It's dividing us between them. We agreed not to touch that at all, not to do any undercutting, not to clean it up, just to leave it in its natural state so we could have increase the buffer between the two of us. And we agreed to do that as well. The other item they had asked was the lighting in the parking itself would have us, they're concerned about the lighting. So we decided to have all the lighting face our building away from the houses that are there. So we've done our part on agreeing to work with them on numerous areas. I believe I sent over some pictures earlier of a facility we just opened in Bentonville. Our facades are stone and brick and stucco. It's a natural facade. It's got the browns and the burgundies and things of that nature. Blue just won't look good on this building. It just doesn't go with this building. If you guys have the pictures there in front of you, you can kind of tell it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb on this property. But we've been willing to work with them.
No, you ain't trying on that dress.
Say again?
No, keep going, sir. Keep going.
We really are stickler against the paint the back of our building blue. It's just not something that goes in with our design of our buildings that we're building. It just doesn't. We think it's going to look worse than what we actually are building now, as we have proposed. We've given in 36 feet of parking, which we were actually allowed from the existing PUD, and to give a better zoning, and now they want 25 more feet. I'm not sure how that's actually going to help more. It's going to be hidden from that area. Just looking at a lot of facilities in that area, probably 50-60% of the storage facilities, they have RV parking. They have most of them just regular fencing around them, and so we feel like we're doing similar to what everybody else is doing in that area, except we're doing a much nicer product and going to have a much better buffer system put in place to work with that. We're not having that many cars. Just to give you an example, we're having 43 parks. If you look at Germantown Storage, they have 100 parks, and they just have a wooden fence around it. So we're going to do something that's much nicer than that particular facility there. We are bringing a $5 million 3-story facility to the area. So we feel like we're bringing a good product to the city that's going to help support the economic development of that city, as well as we're going to be paying roughly $144,000 in property taxes each year, which right now they're currently receiving about $6,800. So we feel like we're actually helping the city financially as well. With that being said, but we just ask that that you look and see that we've actually doing our, we've conceded to a lot of items. We feel strongly that we've done our part on this, and we hope that you take that in consideration on moving forward. This time, I appreciate your time. I know I probably have a little time left, so if you could, I'd be willing to give my time back to those other guys for rebuttals on their part.
Okay, thank you very much. I have you at 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Let's just say you got a minute 10. Mr. Garrett, you have 30 seconds left. Do you wish to share anything, any kind of rebuttal?
No, I yield my time to the other two.
We tend to not allow that, but I tell you what we can do is we go into discussion. I may circle back to Mr. Fagan for his thoughts or comments. All right, that being said, Mr. Holyfield, you have a minute and 10 left. There's nothing to rebut, but do you want to speak any further?
No, I'm good. I think I've spoken on our stance on our development there. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go into council discussion. Let's go through some council members first. Council Lady Logan, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I had a question about a couple of things that were in the paperwork. There was a note in the paperwork about the sewage capacity, and I wanted to make sure that they have been taken care of, have been addressed.
We've actually had the engineers, they're looking at the basin area that we lie in, and they're actually doing a storage holding tank in the front of the property to help hold the sewage until the proper times when it's allowed for discharge to fit the regs of what the city was put on there. So yes, we have. And,
okay. And secondly, what's your time of operation for the back lot?
Oh, the time of operation, our
hours of operation.
Operation on the self-storage facility itself, everybody is allowed to get in there, I believe, at 7 o'clock in the morning. They have to be out of there by 8 o'clock in the evening. That's tentative at this point. That could change a slight bit, but we don't like having people in there after dark. It's just not, it's a gated facility as well, so we just don't like people to be in that area after dark. So we, depending on what time of year, we may have to move it up a little bit or, kind of modify it to some extent.
Okay, and to your explanation, you said that you all are meeting all of the requests of the neighborhood concerning the natural buffer and the parking and the gate, the fencing. I'm just confirming.
They were looking for 100-foot setback. We've actually gone back to a 75-foot back, which we originally had a 39-foot setback from the original PUD. So we're okay with the 75-foot setback and not touching the woods at all.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Okay.
I yield back, Chair.
Council Lady Logan, do you want to put a time of operation for that back area into place? Just let's go ahead and codify it.
I think that would be a great idea because, out of concern for the residents there, we, want to make sure that they're not there late at night or too early in the morning.
Perhaps he mentioned 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Is that amenable to you?
It is for me.
Okay. How about this for a friendly amendment, applicant? Do you have a problem, obviously, with us adding hours of operation in the back RV area will be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
No, we agree to that. That'd be great.
Outstanding. Council members, is there any objection to that? Then the friendly amendment is added. Council Lady Logan, you alluded to the back screening, which was kind of some of my thought pattern on it. Do you mind if I kind of go one step forward with that?
Oh, please do.
Okay. Applicant, or this may be a Mr. Whitehead question. What are the new landscape material requirements for the screen on the east property line, i.e. the side from the parking lot facing the woods?
At this time, once we put the fence there will be 75 foot of woods and thicket that they want to keep and maintain without us touching it at all. So that would be the buffer between our back fence at the 75-foot mark all the way to their property line.
Josh, is there any landscape? I would have thought there would be some landscaping screening required. Josh, is that the case?
Josh Whitehead with the Office of Planning and Development. The conditions as currently written do not explicitly state what Mr. Holyfield just stipulated he's willing to do. So I'm going to, between now and a few minutes from now, if this motion is amenable, add some language to one of our conditions that explicitly prohibit the removal of existing plants in that 75-foot area.
All right, applicant, do you have any objection to that friendly amendment of not removing anything, any of the underbrush, anything in that 75-foot of natural area?
No, I agree with that as we did back in May. I totally agree with that.
Council members, is there any objection to that so far?
Chairman Covette, if I'm not mistaken, the paperwork mentions something about evergreens.
That's where I'm going next. That's exactly right. Okay, I see no objection to the friendly amendment, not touching anything in the 75-foot natural area. Part 2, I guess part 3 now. What I'd like to do, applicant, because this does speak to the career, what I'd like to do is require an 8-foot evergreen, 8 foot in height, every 10 feet along the east property line so that a screen will develop over time. I don't think that's a huge expense, but I think it's also, it shows the neighbors that we're going to get something green going. I mean, combination maybe of pine trees, hollies, just no magnolias. They grow too slow. Are you amenable to that?
Yes, I am.
All right, colleagues, let me restate my friendly amendment that an 8-foot height evergreen will be installed every 15 feet along the east property line. Let me clarify, right at the curb of the parking lot, just to keep it really clean. Is there any objection to that? Friendly amendment is so added. Council Lady Logan, you yielded back, but do you have anything further you wish to add?
No, that's it.
Outstanding, thank you. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Colvette. I'm just going to start sending you to all my neighborhood meetings. I don't have to go anymore. I mean, it sounds like everything's satisfied at this point. I guess we go ahead and call for a vote. I was gonna make the fact that yes, I sat in on this neighborhood meeting. It seemed like the applicant and the neighbors made significant compromises. And the last 25 feet. I mean, you've got to go out and drive the area to see what we're talking about. There is a significant amount of natural growth that's there, and they just didn't want to undercut. But it sounds like there's enough buffer in between the neighborhood that I really don't have to go into it at this point. Frank seems to have kind of addressed most of what I was going to address. So I think that a lot of compromise has been made here. I think we need to support this development. I understand that there's 2 or 3 homes that back up to this singular piece of property and their neighbors want to support them. But Josh, what is the mandatory setback? What would that have actually been? I know the applicant said 39 feet, but what was the mandatory setback?
The building setback would be 15. So we've been talking about 2 setbacks, interchangeably. One is a building setback and one is a landscape setback, and both are greatly reduced from what is being presented here. The landscaping screen would have been 15 feet, and the building setback is actually a little more complicated because it's a stair step. It's 35 feet if the building is 35 feet in height, and then for every foot in height above 35 feet, you push it back. But here, that building is going to be, I think, about 300 feet from the property line.
Yeah. So the building's 300 feet from the property line, which I know, again, the neighborhood is understandable and supportive of. It seems to be coming back to wanting to either see mechanical from their homes and or having RVs parked within a reasonable distance. The applicant and the neighborhood seem to work to have compromised in the meeting I was in to get to 75 feet. To the applicant, to Mr. Holyfield, if we were to cut another 25 feet into your property and that parking went away, would you still be able to make your pro forma work and have a development?
It starts to make the pro forma kind of tight. I mean, it really does. Now, when we first cut it back 35 feet, 36 feet, it took a nice chunk out of it, but it was still doable. I believe if we take another 25, it's going to make it really iffy. I can't give you a definite answer one way or the other, but it makes it tight. Makes it really tight to make it work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Colleagues, I mean, and to the neighbors, first off, to the neighbors of Countrywood and to the applicant, it was incredible to see the spirit of compromise and the open conversation that I was able to witness. I think at some point, though, we've got to take into the balance of, if we continue to push all the way back into the development and the pro forma doesn't work, they're going to end up with another empty building or the operator will sell to a much poorer a self-storage operator with a poor reputation. And that's the last thing we would want to have happen. I appreciate the spirit of compromise that's taking place, and I'll be supporting this plan development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to hear what the appellant and the neighborhood have to say about the conditions that we've just made, please.
Mr. Fagan, are you still on the line, I assume?
Yes, I am.
Did you hear Councilman Canale's question?
Could he quickly repeat? I did, but I need to.
Please restate.
I'd just like to hear a response from you and the neighbors as to your thoughts on the conditions that were just created.
Well, there has been compromise. We do appreciate everything he has done. The additional 25 feet was always on schedule to request at the original LUCB meeting. I imagine the developer thinks this is us getting an inch and wanting a mile. It is not. This is something we were going to request, just time ran out as it did today for me. This is not just me, this is all the residents of Countrywood. We've really united in a great way here. We've all gone in and educated ourselves on Memphis 3.0, just as a side note. And we just feel like his storage facility with foreshorten that parking lot by 6 to 8 spaces is not a make or break. And I mean, for God's sakes, I'm going to take a case in point when I was talking about the tax base and what it does to a neighborhood, not just Countrywood. Look at Saya. Saya, you guys heard that? It was, a $1 million+ wall, 100 and whatever foot buffer, and you have boarded up houses and houses for sale there. We're asking for another 25 feet. He thinks 75 feet's a lot, but it's deciduous woods. I see quality in from my upstairs sunroom, which is directly oriented towards Holyfield's development, by the way. And I during the winter, during 5 months of the year, I have clear views to that rooftop. This proposed building will be even closer, not to mention the RV roofs and the boat that are going to be within 40 to 45 feet of my pool terrace. And pavement inevitably invites people to walk across. And I'm just worried about the encroachment into our area and what that will bring. I heard y'all talking about crime earlier, and we've all been witness to how, a neighborhood is degraded in this way. And we just feel like another 25 feet of that thicket will additionally ensure some buffer, a greater buffer than what we have now. But thank you. I know I've overspoke, so I do appreciate all of you taking the time and extending this to here. We're pretty passionate about this, but I'm interested in Memphis as well, and I'm interested in economic development, just in the right way. Thank you.
Councilman Canale, you want to answer all your questions?
So if he says that if the neighbors still want 100, Mr. Holyfield says 75, Is there any way we can meet in the middle? Can we get to 80? Can we get to 85?
Mr. Holyfield, you're recognized.
Well, even though we pull back to 75 feet, we have to put a fence up. We got to have a buffer there. So that's actually going to push it back even further already. So even though we're at 75 feet, the parks are really going to start until probably 80, 85 feet as it is. So we feel like if we do that, we're just going to be getting close to the 100-foot pullback. Just after us getting the evergreens back there and everything, that's going to automatically push us back even more anyways. So I don't think we're asking too much on our end. I know there's a little disagreement on that, but I feel like we probably need to stand our ground at this time.
That's all I had, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Councilman Warren, you're recognized. Then we'll close out with Council Lady Logan.
Thank you. I was thinking very much along the lines of Councilman Canale. I mean, it looks like we're really close to a deal. And if, there was a little bit more land there or maybe more greenery put in to where the neighbors felt that they would have a safer area and it wouldn't be as intrusive, that would make a huge difference. I mean, the developer needs to, I guess he already does understand how important Countrywood is to the economic base of that part of Memphis. And, we've got a neighborhood association here telling us this is important to us. I don't know about Sky Blue, I think that's something we can walk away from, but I think if they want a little bit more property there as a buffer or more trees, that's reasonable. And hopefully the developer would think that's a reasonable thing to do, and then we could be done with the deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with Dr. Warren. It seems as though there's been great compromise here. However, the neighborhood is very adamant about having that buffer, and I do understand that, and would hope that the developer would be amicable to their request to go ahead and get it done. The climate is changing in the area, and we want to make sure that the neighborhood stays solid. And I think this would be a move in the right direction to go ahead and get the 100-foot buffer and work around that. And with that, I would be in support of it and would ask my colleagues to support it as well with that being done, the 100-foot buffer.
Okay, so Council Lady, you're saying 100 feet. And that's your district. Applicant, free piece of advice. I think if you could, hello, is that Patrice Robinson's granddaughter? Hi, welcome to council. I'm sorry, I digress. Frank's ADD kicks in. All right, applicant. I'll take out the friendly amendment on the landscaping if you could go to 100. And the way I'm reading the mood of the council is that they'll approve you at 100. Can you get me there?
I believe we can do that if we don't have to do the evergreen buffer ban, like you say, and my building doesn't have to be blue.
All right. No, I hear you. All right, colleagues, let me clarify what I think I just heard. There's a friendly amendment to take out my landscape screen, which is fine, to move the buffer out to 100 feet and to not require any specific color of the building. Is there any objection to that friendly amendment? All right, seeing that's now part of the agreement. Mr. Whitehead, you were talking about any additional language on the thicket or anything like, do you need to add anything to that?
No, sir. I just wanted to remind the body that as an appeal, we would be approving the amended resolution. And I've provided a quick few edits to this resolution. Most notably on the first page of it, we're going to be overturning the Land Use Control Board in part in order to approve a revised set of conditions. And those three big categories of conditions are the hours of operation, in condition Roman numeral 1B. Number 2, the 100-foot building and landscape setback. So that's condition 2C2, as well as 4B, and amendment number 3, which speaks to the prohibition of removing existing landscaping. So if we could approve, we would be voting yes on the appeal to breathe all of that into the resolution.
Okay, so a yes vote does all that. All right, everybody clear?
Point of information.
I see no other members in the queue. Let's, Councilman Carlisle, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question for Josh. Just want to make sure that so if there's vacant land back there in between his property and the buffer, he can't cut that grass. That would be landscape.
Well, I use the word trees, and elsewhere in the conditions, trees are defined as those trees or plants that are 10 inches in caliber or greater.
Perfect. All right, just want to make sure that was clear. All right, thank you, Josh. Yield back.
All right, I see no other members in the queue. I assume you're ready for a roll call vote. Remember, a yes vote encompasses all these changes, moves the thing forward. Roll call.
Chair.
Yeah, Franca, Vice Chair, I need to carry that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not in committee anymore. Madam Comptroller, this item number 2 has been moved by Councilman Covette, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. They've made some changes, so will you please call the roll on this amended item? Madam Comptroller?
Can you hear Valerie? We'll get her another microphone.
No, we cannot hear.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Nogan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 3?
Item number 3 is a resolution approving street alley closures located north of Ketchum Road, east of Imogene Street, south of Dwight Road, and west of Middleton Street in the residential single family and residential urban districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case numbers are SAC 20-03, 20-04, 20-05, 20-06, 20-07, 20-08, 20-09, 20-10, 20-11, 20-12, 20-13, 20-14, 20-15, and SAC 20-16.
Thank you.
You're
Chairman Covette?
Thank you, Chair Lady. Bryson is our applicant in our opposition on the line.
Yes,
Can we get a
sir.
motion and a second before we hear it?
Yes, I just was making sure everybody was on before I kicked it in the queue.
Swearingen.
Okay. We got that. We got the motion. Committee met and recommended no approval. Bryson, is there any opposition on this one?
No, sir, not on this one. Attorney Dedrick Brittenham is present along with Mr. Brad Caber and Mr. Harvey Markham, but there is no registered opposition.
All right, seeing as that there's no opposition, applicant, you each have 2 minutes if you need it, but you have no opposition. Mr. Brittenham, I'll recognize you if you wish to speak.
Guess that was enough.
Well, is Mr. Markham on the line?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Markham, would you like just to share a couple of thoughts?
I'm Harvey Markham with the Reeves firm at 5800 Poplar Avenue, Suite 101, Memphis, Tennessee. These street and alley closures relate to the parcel of land that was part of the original buyout of by the airport. This land was rendered to be non-applicable to residential property anymore, and the closure of these streets would allow this property to have a use that would be more in keeping with using the land and having it in an EMP zone, which is a case, I guess, to follow after this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Markham. Get my sheet. Mr. Kaber, are you on the line?
Yes, hello, this is Brad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Brad, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes if you wish to share anything, but you don't have any opposition.
I think I just heard Dedrick trying to speak. Was that Dedrick?
All right, we'll let Dedrick Brittenham go first or go next. Mr. Brittenham, are you on the line?
This is James Hanna. Can you hear me?
James, I can hear you. You're also applicant. You have 2 minutes, but you have no opposition.
Brad Caber can take it.
All right. Brad, we'll go to you.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, Dedrick was on earlier, and he called in at 2:45 for a mic check. It was working then. But yeah, these cases accompany a case that is further in the agenda for rezoning. So we'll reserve comment if there's no objections at this time for the other item.
No problem. Brad, can I get your name and address for the record officially?
Yes, Brad Caber, 1776 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, the applicant has spoken. There is no opposition. We go to council members. Is there any member in the queue?
Swearingen.
Council Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you very kindly. This is in the heart of District 4. This is a business park. As you well know, it's no longer used as a residential area. The Federal Aviation Administration, they have purchased all of that land. It's a vacant property. And what they're trying to do is have a business park, and we're trying to formulate a business area that will employ, it's gonna employ over they're gonna have 1,000 jobs, from ranging the salaries between $15 an hour to $80,000 a year. We want individuals to live in the residential area and be able to walk to work, be able to ride their bicycles to work. And also I asked them to implement, there's an alternative school, the Old Airways Middle School, where individuals, I want to obtain a concept where they can do an internship. And we're trying to do a correlation around that entire area. As you well know, the Mann University is housed at the Army Depot, where they're, after the 6-week program, they pay the individuals to learn skills, and they afford them the opportunity to apply for jobs. In addition to that, a block down, we have Kellogg's, and that also incorporates the Federal Express hub. I feel great. Councilwoman Robinson and I, we're adjacent to the industrial area of the airport, and we're really trying to revitalize and bring in more employment into the area. So I'm really excited about this. This was during the pandemic. Initially, they had planned a public meeting that had to be canceled by the Land Use Control Board, but I insisted. I felt the passion of Councilwoman Johnson, and I asked them to have a phone conference because everybody did not have a computer to do a verbal conference. So we had a phone conference. The staff was online. Sophia and everybody were online. Initially, people had some concerns, but after they listened to the concept, they were compelled to entertain it, and they were excited about the jobs coming in the community. So it has been extended to the community, and we have not had any opposition since. So I would certainly like to ask you to vote favorably to having more employment coming into a community within the city of Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Any other members in the queue? Seeing none, Chair Lady, let's ready for a vote.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Item number 3 was moved by Councilman Covette and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Colbert,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 4?
Item number 4 is a resolution approving a special use permit located at 3240 North Watkins Street and 1812 Thrift Avenue, containing 0.4 acres in the commercial mixed use -1 district. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 19-29.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Chairman Covette.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Before I move it, Bryson, is our applicant, is Godfrey on the line?
Yes, sir, he is.
Is there any opposition to this case?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you. Colleagues, you'll recall we heard this case in committee. We did not give it, we gave it no recommendation. And with that, I'll move to the floor for discussion purposes. Is there a second?
Second, Canali.
All right, thank you very much. Godfrey, and I don't want to butcher your last name, but you have 2 minutes if you'd like to share about the project. There you are. Can I have your name and address before you begin?
My name is Godfrey Otubu. I live in 4101 Long Creek Road, Memphis, Tennessee 38125. Madam Chair and members of the council, I called to speak to you guys today for consideration of my commercial property located at 3240 North Watkins Road and 1812 Thrift Street for special use permit for vehicle sales. We all know how badly the Fraser area has been decimated. Businesses are leaving the area. I said it's time for we to change course, allow small businesses to open up and flourish and help create jobs in the community that needed it most. When I first got this property, the place was being run down by a drug. It was a drug house being used to run drug sales in the neighborhood. And with the help of the Memphis police, we were able to clean up the place and, help the neighbor clean up the place, and the homeless that were using drug in those areas and was just causing a whole lot of trouble in the neighborhood. We are all sent out. So how will my business impact the neighborhood or help the neighborhood? We will partner with the North Fraser Community Center to support the youth program there. It will enhance the area by keeping the building maintained and clean up and keep the area safe. It will also create jobs and educate the youth on entrepreneurship. Let me say something by saying that it was very surprising to me after going through the guidelines that the OPD gave to me in terms of opening the business. Before I went ahead and started running this program, I went there and make inquiries if that place would be possible for me to sell cars. The answer was given to me by OPD that they don't see no reason why I shouldn't be able to do it. And they gave me a list of items that I need to go through to get to where I am. So after doing that, after complying with all the guidelines, 3 days to the board hearing, OPD board hearing, I was told that they cannot support my program anymore. Well, on the list that they gave to me that I believe that we followed and meet the guidelines, one was the application fee, which was $500. They also asked me to do a survey and put a plan together, which we did. They also asked us to put a permit, hang up the permit and a sign showing what we're going to do. I think with the case number on there, we did that.
Mr. Otubo.
Yes.
Mr. Otubo, hey, I'm so sorry. I let you run a little bit long. If one of the other council members wishes to recognize you and ask you further questions, that's of course within their purview.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I got to keep to the time. I see now that since there's no opposition, we go to council, and I believe Council Lady Easter Thomas is in the queue.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Otubo, for coming and giving a presentation. I remember we met earlier pre-COVID when a lot of this stuff was held up. Council members and the public watching, this is located in Fraser, in my district, and I have had multiple community members and neighbors reach out to express their opposition to this used car lot in the Fraser area, as there has, in a lot of our North and South Memphis neighborhoods, been a lot of oversaturation of these type of businesses, and for that reason, I will not be supporting this particular use of this property.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Warren, you're in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you. To the applicant, have you reached out to the local community to see if you could gain their support? What have you done there?
Mr. Otubo, you're on mute if you'd like to answer that question. There you are.
So I would send a letter out when I held the meeting with them. There was no opposition. I think they actually encouraged me to bring that they appreciate us, putting a business there, because that place used to be a dump where they have all these drug addicts used to hang out and push drug over there. So the neighborhood, I'm not sure why they said the neighborhood not supported it. All the people that were in the meeting were very happy that we were coming over there. So there was no opposition at all when I held the meeting.
Mr. Chair, is there a way that we could delay this application for 2 weeks to allow the applicant to meet and talk to people in the community and see if he can garner support there and come back and see if he could possibly change Councilor Easter Thomas's mind on the issue based on his work there?
All right, thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Easter Thomas, it's your district. What would you like to do?
Let's vote on this today, please.
All right, we'll go back to Councilman Warren. You've heard the council lady. Do you wish to make a motion to hold?
No, I won't make a motion to hold. Thank you.
Thank you. Just trying to be fair, guys. Okay, I see no other members in the queue. Wave your hands if you want to be recognized. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. Chair Lady, you have the ball.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Item number 4 was moved by Chairman Covette, seconded by Councilman Canali. There are no other members in the queue. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Covette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
No.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
No.
Jones,
No.
Logan,
No.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
No, ma'am.
Swearingen,
No.
Warren,
Nay.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Nay, that motion has been denied. Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Will you please call item number 5? It failed.
Thank you. Item number 5 has been held until 8:18. We're going to go to item number 6, which is an ordinance rezoning 4195 East Shelby Drive containing plus or minus 30.016 acres in the Conservation Agriculture District up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case is Z20-01. The ordinance number is 5753.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Chairman Covette.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Bryson is our applicant. I believe it's Cindy Reeves. Is she on the line?
Chair Colvette, before we go any further, I'd like to do a quick check. We have a few unidentified callers on the line, and I know one is likely Attorney Britnum. If you just called in recently, would you please identify yourself?
Hello?
Are you logged in on more than one device? Or are you close to your computer with the screen
I was
running?
calling in 20, if you could state your name.
Edric Britnam.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Britnum.
Mr. Britnam.
There are
There
three
are
other
two-
callers who are unidentified.
Hello?
Mr. Britnam, you're fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're correct, Bryson. We still have 2 more callers.
If you called in
That have
recently,
dialed
please identify yourself if you called in recently. You will be dismissed if you do not identify yourself. There's one remaining caller that I see. Please identify yourself if you have not at this point.
They appear to be off.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Britnam, thank you for rejoining us. Congratulations, your case passed unanimously. Okay. Let's keep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
don't let Mr. Britnam go yet because he needs to stick around for item number 8.
Perfect. My bad.
I'm still here.
Thank you.
All right, stay on the line. We're coming back to you in a minute. All right, we're still on Z 20-01. Cindy Reeves, are you with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Colvette. Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200.
Thank you. Bryson, is there any opposition to this case?
No, sir, there is not.
All right, colleagues, we heard this case in committee. We very carefully did not give a recommendation, and I'll move it to the board for discussion purposes.
Second, Canali.
Been moved, properly seconded. Seeing as there's no opposition, Ms. Reeves, We're giving everybody 2 minutes if you wish to just add some thoughts, but we've already heard the case from staff.
I just appreciate the council hopefully supporting this case and feel that it's compatible with the surrounding area. And thank you for all of your time today.
Outstanding. Thank you. That's the applicant. There's no opposition. I see no council members in the queue. Raise your hand or wave at me if you need to. Not seeing any. I assume you're ready to vote. Madam Chairman, you have the ball.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, item number 6 has been moved by Chairman Covette, seconded by Councilman Canali. There are no members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, please call the roll.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan, Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 7?
Item number 7 is an ordinance rezoning the northwest corner of East Holmes Road and Malone Road containing 40.80 acres in the Conservation Agriculture and Conservation Agriculture floodplain districts up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is Z20-02, ordinance number 5754.
Chairman Covette.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Bryson, is our applicant on the line?
Yes, sir, he is. We have Attorney Lee Davidson as well as Mr. Whitfield Hamilton and finally Mr. Scott Abbott. No opposition.
Very good. Colleagues, we heard this case in committee. We very carefully did not give a recommendation. We have 3 folks wish to or who can speak. We have no opposition. So, Mr. Davidson, you have 2 minutes if you wish, or just move it right along. You have no opposition.
Chairman Covette, if we could have a moment to briefly identify callers that have come in before you begin.
Okay.
We have 2 callers that have joined the call.
This is James Hanna with TPA who just joined. So I got kicked off.
Yes, okay, perfect. And we'll have you, would you say your name for me one more time?
James Hanna with TPA Group.
Thank you so much.
Chairman Covette, don't forget to move the item.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I moved the item for discussion purposes. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. Mr. Davidson, you have no opposition. Do you wish to speak?
Just to say thank you very much for your time today. And we believe this is a good zoning. The property is surrounded by other EMP zonings. So we believe this is the appropriate action. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Hamilton, are you on the line?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do you have anything to share?
Yeah, I'm going to let my associate, Mr. Abbott, speak briefly. Number one, we just thank this for your time tonight, and we appreciate the opportunity to do another project here in Memphis. Scott?
Thank you very much, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, sir. Thank you to all the council members. We will keep it brief to be mindful of your time. Our company, Panettone's, been developing for 25 years in this market, and we've done 25 buildings and 12.5 million feet. We own the land next door that is zoned, and the building 2 down that houses TJX and their national e-commerce facility. So we appreciate your time and consideration, and I'll defer any more time just to address any questions that anyone may have. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. We go to council members now. I don't see anyone in the queue. Wave at me if you wish to speak. Not seeing any. I assume you're ready to vote. Chairlady, you have the call.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call the roll on item 7. It was moved by Councilman Corbett, seconded by Councilman Canal. There are no members.
Hold on 1 second, Chairwoman. We are going to get this muted. Ready, your Chairwoman.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle, Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chairwoman. My pleasure.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 8?
Item number 8 is an ordinance rezoning north of Ketchum Road, east of Imogene Street, south of Dwight Road, and west of Pendleton Street, containing plus or minus 0.66 acres in the residential single-family R-6 and residential urban districts. Up for third and final reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is Z20-03. The ordinance number is 5755.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Chairman Covet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I see Mr. Britton and Mr. Hanna are with us. Bryson, is there any opposition on this one?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you. Colleagues, we heard this case in committee. We did not give it a recommendation. I move it forward for discussion purposes. Moved, properly seconded. Dedrick, you've got 2 minutes if you wish to share, but remember you have no opposition.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much. This is a good news project. It's an infill site redevelopment for neighborhood jobs. This is a companion case to the item number 3 that was voted on earlier. I want to thank all of the council members for your time and particularly for your service to this community. This will be a tremendous opportunity for the neighborhood and for jobs. And I would appreciate your vote of approval on this item number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. I see Mr. Hanna, you're on the line. You wish to add anything?
I just want to say thank you for your consideration of the project. The affirmative vote on item number 3. This item is the companion, and we especially thank Councilwoman Swearingen for her vision in creating the employment district, and to Councilwoman Johnson and Chairwoman Robinson for their ideas and support so far.
Thank you very much. That ends the applicant. There is no opposition. Councilor Swearingen, you're recognized.
Hello. I would like to send the same sentiments that I shared earlier in 3 words: jobs, jobs, jobs. And I would be remiss if I did not recognize the 3 super district representatives that also have stakeholders and have their finger on the pulse of this project: Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, and Councilman Smiley. Thank you so much for your diligence.
Shout out to job.
Thank you, Council Lady. I see no other members in the queue. Wave at me if you wish to be recognized. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Madam Chairman, you have the ball.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, item number 8 has been moved by Chairman Covet, seconded by Councilman Canali. There are no members in the queue. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Of course, yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, we're down to our consent agenda. Will you please call item number 9?
Item number 9 is an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-10-10, subsection B, to require the Board of Ethics to establish an online portal to require lobbyists to register annually and to file their state-mandated disclosure statements with the City of Memphis. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5752 is sponsored by Councilman Morgan and Councilman Carlisle. It was held from July 21st. Item number 10 is an ordinance amending chapters 2 and 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances so as to update the Code of Ordinances related to street, park, and place names. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5759 is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Item number 11 is an ordinance amending Chapter 30, Article 3 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, by amending the last paragraph in Section 30-39 as it now appears and substituting a new paragraph of Section 30-39 to require persons eligible for the Police Reserve Program be reviewed by internal audit annually and shall require documentation of the number of duty hours worked annually. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5760 is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Item number 12 is an ordinance rezoning certain parcels adjacent to Lamar between Bellevue and Prescott in the commercial mixed use -3 district. Up for second reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is Z20-04. The ordinance number is 5757. Item number 13 is an ordinance rezoning the southwest corner of East Shelby Drive and Malone Road, containing 10.04 acres in the Conservation, Agriculture, and Commercial Mixed-Use Districts. It's up for second reading, and this ordinance is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is Z20-06, ordinance number 5758. Item number 14 is notation from the Land Use Control Board that the following cases were heard and recommendation made requesting a date of public hearing for A, case number PD 20-01, Barksdale Plan Development. B, case number PD 20-04, Whitehaven Works at Graves Elementary Plan Development. The date of public hearing suggested is our next council meeting, August 18th, 2020. Item number 15 is a resolution accepting Uptown redevelopment alley improvements and authorizing release of bond. Madam Chairwoman, that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. I don't see any council members in the queue. Will you please call the roll?
May I please have a motion and a second on this item?
I'm sorry.
Motion to approve.
Who was that? Warren in the second?
Jones seconds.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Madam Comptroller, got ahead of myself.
That was moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Jones.
Yes.
And I will continue with the roll call vote if there are no questions.
There are no questions.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 25?
Item number 25 on our regular agenda is an ordinance rescinding referendum ordinance number 5744, amending Article 27, Section 190 of the Charter of the City of Memphis, same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended, and relative to amendments thereto pursuant to the provisions of Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment, to allow specified personnel employed with the divisions of Police and Fire Services to reside within 50 miles from the City of Memphis, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5756 is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilwoman Swearingen, I believe this was heard in your committee.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move this item to the floor.
Second, Easter Thomas.
And afterwards referred to Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the sponsor of this referendum, or resolution to rescind the referendum.
Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is, as was read by the Comptroller, the third and final reading of rescinding this ordinance to relax residency requirements that will allow law enforcement to live up to 50 miles outside of the City of Memphis. We have had a robust discussion today on the topic of law enforcement in different realms, and it seems as though the points that have been made are that crime is an issue, poverty is an issue, but this exactly may not be the correct route that we want to take if we want to be on the right side of looking towards opportunities and correct strategies to really have our law enforcement be efficient, to work as well as it can for our constituents. I am asking that my colleagues vote in favor of this ordinance to rescind, as some of the constituents may say this is a topic that comes up once every couple of council terms. And it has been here before, and yet it is here again. We are looking at this from the doings of the last council in December 2019. 6 of us were not on there then, and we want to make sure that we are not continuing this, as I see a definite mistake if we go through with it to allow it to be on the November ballot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Councilman Jeff Warren in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer a substitute ordinance. If I could get Lakivia to possibly put this up at the time, I'd like to say why I'm thinking this may be a better idea. As I said earlier, we have listened to our police and our administration telling us they're worried about a drop in our numbers of police to dangerous levels within the next 1 to 2 years. And the referendum that I am offering, I think, gets to the crux of the matter because it auto-destructs in 3 years, and it allows the administration a short period of time to be able to man the police department if necessary by recruiting outside of the 50-mile radius. But it also allows and requires, if we could go down, it requires that what occurs is, I think it's saying, keep going down to 2, phase out of public safety retention. It requires that it will cease operation when we reach 2,400 personnel in police, or 1645. It also requires that 10% of the new hires in the first year can be from outside of this area, 5% the next year, and none the third year. If we could go down to the next in red area, it itself, I believe that may be it. Essentially what it does is it completely leaves and there are no new hires after the third year. The reason I think that this is important is we need to hedge our bets when it comes to public safety. You know, right now, you know, we've got people drag racing on the street. We have young men and women killing each other, and we do not have the situation under control. And we've got a new tax bill that is allowing up to 300 of our policemen to retire. So worst case scenario, and we also got all of our policemen out there and all of our firefighters out there in the middle of COVID. So that means some of them are on quarantine, some of them are out sick. And so we're already down as far as manpower is concerned. And I think if we don't allow our administration some leeway and some way to get those numbers up over the next 2 years, we could be in severe trouble. I think listening to Councilwoman Easter Thomas and her concerns, they're very real, they're very valid. Having people that come in that don't understand our community could be prone to doing things like putting their neck on, you know, their feet on someone's neck and killing them and starting, you know, problems, you know, like we've seen all over the country. Those are very real fears and real concerns. So I'm trying to address those concerns by making sure that this sunsets in a quick manner, but I'm also trying to address potential manpower concerns that we may need to address in the next 1 to 2 years. So I think that this alternative ordinance may allow the people to vote to see if they want to have this sunset and have the opportunity to hire people in case we need them, or not to hire anyone at all, and to say we don't want to do this and keep the ordinance as it is. So in my mind, this is one way that we can protect our community and also listen to our constituents and support our police officers. So I'm hoping I can get a second and support from my fellow council members. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Objection to the amendment.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
I have looks like 2 council people in the queue. I don't know if this is the original motion or the substitute motion. Councilman Canale. Is this on the original motion, your question, or on the substitute motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is on the original, so if you want to have a discussion on this substitute first, I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas on the substitute motion.
Yes, I'm rejecting this substitute motion. Also going with the fact of a lot of my colleagues brought up earlier, getting information at the last minute, as this is the third reading. And so we just received this as well. But even if we already had it, I'm still in objection to this substitute amendment.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. We need to vote on the substitute motion. It was moved by Councilman Jeff Warren, seconded by Co-Chair Covette. Madam Comptroller, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Canale,
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Covette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
No.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
No.
Jones,
No.
Logan,
No.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
No.
Swearingen,
No.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
No, that motion fails. Back to the main motion. I have two council people in the queue, Councilman Canali, then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I'm not in the queue,
Not-
Chairwoman. That was from last time.
Okay, so Councilman Canali, are you still in the queue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, if you'll remember, the original ordinance to place residency on the ballot in November was passed in December of last year by duly members that were either elected or appointed to this body. A similar rescission ordinance was brought up by Councilman Jones in February and March and did not receive positive approval. Now we are at our second rescission of the ordinance. A lot's changed since December, February, March to now. One thing that has not changed is our need for more police officers. Colleagues, when we talk about other issues like the mask ordinance, I believe that we all agreed that we would look to the experts, the people that were in the field, and look to their advice on how we would make our decision. I think this is very similar. We've seen a report from Dr. Janikowski, but we've heard our police director ask and our fire director ask that we allow the people to weigh in on this. Look, if this goes on the November ballot and the voters vote it down, it's done. We'll stop talking about it and we'll move on. We'll find other ways to hire police officers and firefighters and retain them. So I've spoken a lot about this. All I have left to say is to Director Rawlings and Director Sweat, you have always had my utmost respect and support, and you always will. I will always look to you for your advice when it comes to police and fire. To the people of Memphis, I hope that you get to weigh in and share your voice on this matter in November. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back to you. Thank you.
thank you. Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Rawlings, are you on the line?
I'm on the line, sir.
I just want to address one comment, if you'll have a chance to address it that I heard earlier. And again, it's constant rhetoric that like moves away from fact, and that's I think where it's kind of getting frustrating for me a little bit. And some of these things, I mean, people. But one of the things that we continue to hear that you always hear is, police don't stop crime; they show up after the fact and take a report, which is true in a home break-in. Although if someone's in your home, they can enter the home, make sure the home's safe, which you wouldn't know. But would you agree with me that that's not true in every case for things like organized crime and gun initiatives? Could you address some of those initiatives that actually prevent crime?
Yes, sir. So I think council has already alluded to the fact that we've done a pretty awesome job reducing crime with inadequate staff, and I apologize for that. Our building doesn't have air conditioning right now, so we had to vacate. But the issue of when we talk about proactive policing, council voted on reestablishing COAC. I was very adamant that we had inadequate staff to do it, and you passed the resolution anyway. So we're not even better off to do what you asked us to do than we were last week. And so when you talk about police officers and the ability to reduce crime, if you think about the President of the United States, the Attorney General, all selected Memphis as an Operation Relentless Pursuit city. And, that is all about adding additional resources. And we asked for additional resources because we have not been able to hire adequate staff. So when you talk about what can a police officer do, well, we presented our community outreach to you. And I think most of you, if not all of you, were shocked at the amount of things we do proactive. when we talk about the multi-agency gang unit, focusing on education, gang education, and focusing on suppression where we're going after organized crime, it works. That's how we reduce crime. We do not have the staff. We tried to get smarter. We used data. We focused on long-term, short-term, and operations with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, to include the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee Highway Patrol, FBI, ATF, DEA. But folks, we're not talking about adding and increasing the size of MPD like you've been talking about all day. We're just trying to get minimum staffing. We are budgeted for 2,200 police officers. We've never made that. We used to be budgeted for 25. Council requested that we reduce that because we knew we could not hire that amount of individuals, and we freed up money so you could allocate it to other priorities that council requested. We did that. Folks, we're talking about the future of the city, the future of the police department. We are in a staffing crisis, and I've been screaming it for 4 years. We've been talking about this issue since December, and although many of you new council members were not there, I purposely included you in the conversation by sharing real factual information with you. I wrote it in a letter because we kept going back and forth. Council asked for the study, the staffing study. Now you're rejecting that. I sent you the 4 previous staffing studies. You rejected that. So I don't know what else I can do. Like I told you in December, my conscience was clear. I thought you agreed to let the voters decide. Earlier today, you said you wanted to send something back to committee to get input, but you refuse, or it appears that we're going to remove it from the ballot. So it appears that you do not want the voters to decide. Council is going to decide for them, and that's contrary to what you've been saying all day. We are understaffed and in crisis. We're going to break our homicide record. 22 kids have been killed. Aggravated assaults are up over 14%. When we talk about the money's in the budget because 400 additional officers cost $28 million. That's exactly what we've spent on average in overtime over the last 4 years. We already recruit outside the city of Memphis. We will not stop doing that. Most of our applicants are still going to come from Memphis, but we're just trying to remove all barriers to become a Memphis police officer. And I'll just say this, and I know this is a political statement. Someone in the United States said COVID will go away. COVID has not gone away. It's gotten worse. This problem is not going to go away because we think a particular way about it. We're going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this, and I'm just begging you to allow the citizens of Memphis to vote and let them decide. And this, as it was said earlier, once they decide, it's over. But I just beg you to allow them because we're at a critical position no matter, and I don't see how we can fight our way out of this by not taking drastic action. You're going to have to raise salary. I gave everything to you in writing. You need a take-home car program. You need to increase the uniform allotment. We needed a field sergeant position, and you need to address this issue of residency. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Director Rollins. One interesting thing you just pointed out is what I think I heard there is we're not even talking about getting to 23, 24, 2,500 officers. We're trying to even just get to our today's complement. And in the midst of a national conversation about defunding police, and if Chief Smith, if you're on here, because we keep talking about plans for recruiting and retaining, and every single thing that I've seen cost more money, except for if we're able to open up our current residency requirements and recruit officers, that would just shift money from overtime to our budget. So it's actually the only budget neutral solution that I think I've heard. But what I'll do is ask Chief Smith, how many plans have you put together in your 4 years or 5 years for the council to recruit police officers?
We have one major plan, which talks about a 4-pronged strategy focused on culture, recruiting for police recruits, recruiting for PSTs, and driving for lowering retention. And that's what we've been working towards for the last 4.5 years. Our recruiting plan has been very comprehensive in building recruiting strategy and employing best practices related to how we recruit, and also ensuring that we are traveling around the country and telling the story about why people should become Memphis police officers.
Thank you. So we have a police director that says this is our number, whether it's not even 2,400. It's literally just staying at our complement. We already have a plan in place to try and do that, and we don't want to adhere to it. And I'll add 2 more comments and I'll yield the floor. One large comment, again, just goes back to this idea that there is data out there that says, as a matter of fact, the data says the exact opposite about residency. So from 538, they wrote an article in 2014, right after the Ferguson shooting, after Michael Brown was shot and killed. And basically they reviewed data from the EEOC and the American Community Survey. And they found that cities with a residency requirement were less likely to have police force that demographically resembled the population they police. They found, as a matter of fact, that overwhelmingly cities in the United States, large cities that did not have a residency requirement, had less diffusion, meaning they more equally represented their population. And the second fact that I'll leave you with is from the Communities United Against Police Brutality. This is a quote from their organization. Throughout our research, we have never encountered a shred of evidence that requiring or incentivizing police officers to live in the communities in which they work has any positive effect on the quality of policing. Allowing people to live outside of Memphis has no effect on whether or not they are a good police officer. That comes down to culture, policies, and procedures. And then the last thing that we continue to seemingly talk past each other on is everyone on this body recognizes that poverty is the root of crime, but you cannot turn your head on one or the other. And so today we're trying to address one way in which we can have a direct near-term impact on crime. As Councilman Morgan and others have said today, I think Councilman Colvette, if instead of rhetoric, my colleagues have direct resolutions or ordinances to impact poverty today, this body is ready, willing, and able to hear them. But in the near term, and earlier I got called a hypocrite, and what I'll say is this: I think it's hypocritical that members of this body have championed letting the people speak and allowing their voices to be heard and saying that they've been to the will of the people. And this is the one opportunity that the people get to speak, and they're going to subvert that democratic process. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Rawlings, for adding that additional information. I just want to add that we have to ensure that we realize and that we acknowledge voters are not the only voice. And if we're saying that voters are the only voice, then we are promoting disenfranchisement of felons, Memphians under 18. We're ignoring the demonstrations that have been in the street and that have been nationally. We're ignoring all the phone calls that we've been getting, all the emails that we've been getting. There are so many more voices than just voters. Votes do matter, but we have to make sure that we acknowledge there are those who cannot legally vote, and their voice still matters. Also, bringing it back to residency, this rescinding is not just trying to stop allowing outside individuals who won't be able to do the community policing that we just voted in last council because they don't live here. That community policing doesn't work if you're not in the community. That's a part of it. But also, this is allowing for a possible mass exodus of the entire law enforcement. And I say possible because that's unknown. You don't know. But with this ordinance, it allows for that. And my main question is, if we can recruit them to work here, how can we not encourage them to live here? What is wrong with Memphis that we cannot get people to live here?
Amen.
And that's an open question for anybody.
Our crime is too high.
Chief Smith. She's on the
Wait
ground.
a minute. You can't do that. We have a process. If you want to speak, please get in the queue. Thank you.
And
I
will asking that question to anyone, as the chairwoman will allow, what is wrong with our city? Because I spend my time promoting my district, promoting my neighborhood, promoting my city, but not to let us be so desperate as to open the floodgates for whomever we can take. I don't think that Memphis is a just get what we can take type city. What is wrong with us that we cannot encourage anyone to live here? And I would like an answer for that.
Okay, let me get council members. They're in the queue. Councilman Jeff Warren. No, I'm sorry. Smiley was first. Councilman Smiley.
Madam Chair, thank you for acknowledging me this time. You didn't forget about me this time. I feel the love. But in all seriousness, I think we've had a very robust discussion about this. We started, I don't know, I think my very first day on council, we've had the discussion. We've had the discussion several times since then. We've had the discussion in committee meeting today. And if we can all be honest about one thing, nothing that I say, nothing at this point, nothing that Director Rollins will say, nothing that Mayor Strickland would say, nothing that Councilman Morgan would say, nothing that Councilwoman Easter Thomas would say will change our minds. I think at this point, for any other discussion, we're wasting the citizens of Memphis time. We're wasting our colleagues' time. At this point, I think we're ready to vote. With that, I call for the question.
Out of respect to the other council members who are already in the queue, Councilman Smiley, I'm going to allow. Okay, thank you. Councilman Warren.
And object.
Yes, Madam Chair, I see Director Rawlings wanted to speak. Can I let him speak and then I got?
Yes. Director Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to respond to the question. And so I just go back again to the facts. And in the letter, I laid out that city PM, that any officer hired before 2005 can live within 2 hours of the city of Memphis. Yet, 80% of our officers live in Shelby County. So I understand the reservation, but it does not change the fact. And the fact that our officers are connected to Memphis. When you look at the numbers, and 900, I think it was 900, 46%, 956 commissioned officers live in the city of Memphis. And community policing is not necessarily meaning that you live in the community. And I've done both. I had an officer next door home. I lived in the community. That was the purpose of that program. A number of police officers have lived in the community. But the officers still, I want somebody that comes to work, is willing to put their life on the line for people that they don't know, and provide a level of services to the citizens that the citizens deserve. And today, our citizens are plagued by violent crime and property crime, and it affects people of poverty more than it impacts anyone because they have less ability to recover. Community policing is about working with the community to solve problems. And the Dr. Janikowski report said that if you want true community policing in Memphis, you need around 2,800 police officers. Folks, you're not going to hire that many police officers. We can't hire 2,200. And that's why I'm trying to convince you that we need to do something different. You need to throw everything at it in the kitchen sink. And I agree with Councilman Smiley. At this point, we've talked this to death. I've talked about this since 2008 when I first appeared before council. That we've talked about it so much. Please, let's move on. Let's do something. But let's not forget that we talk about taking care of the citizens of Memphis. The citizens of Memphis want crime reduced in Memphis so that they can live a peaceful life. And those are all my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Yes. Yeah, we all received a study from Sutton Reed that was a poll showing what people thought. And the citizens out there uniformly want to be able to vote on this issue. I think that we should allow them that right if we're going to go back to the community over and over again and want their input. If they were smart enough to elect us, and I personally think they did a good job. They elected us and we're a good group. They ought to be able to be smart enough to figure out what they want on this. And I really think that what's going on is we are going to be in big trouble in about 2 years, and we're going to be down in police, and we're going to be up in violent crime, and we're going to have our poorest citizens, our youngest men, killing each other in numbers that are unprecedented if we do not get more police officers and direct them toward stopping violent crime. So violent crime is the anchor that holds people in poverty. Until you deal with violent crime in a systematic way, it's not going to get better. So I really think we ought to let the citizens be able to vote on this. Thank you.
Councilman Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I don't know why the majority of this body at the moment seems so afraid to let Memphians decide on this issue. I trust Memphians to be able to make the right decision on this issue. It's not overly complicated. There's not a lot of finances or numbers to it. This is something that's easy to understand. And there was a poll, it was published, I think, by WMC recently. I don't know who did the poll, but it asked questions about whether or not voters should decide it. It was over 70% said yes. Over 70% said they wanted more officers in their community. And I think what council members are afraid of is not letting the people decide. It's not that. We're all elected officials. In some sense, we believe in the people. What they're afraid is that the people will decide on something that they don't want. And so it's the end result that is being steered away from, not the process. And there are a lot of arguments that are being thrown out there just to see what will stick. And it might be the emails or the calls that we've gotten in. And if there are any council members that have been convinced by the number of calls or emails that they've gotten on this issue, I'd like to know the exact number of emails, the exact number of calls. So for the next issue, when we've got a big controversial issue, I'll know exactly how many citizens to go get email and call you, and that's what your vote will be tied to. Because it's not about the calls and the emails. At some point, our own judgment has to come into this, and that's the part of this that's a republic. And I think we can let the voters decide. I wish we could do this like the Shelby County Commission did, where we could just vote on it, or the administration could have done this just by moving around some paperwork. But unfortunately, it's part of our charter, and so this is the process that we have to go through. And to Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas's question earlier about why can't we encourage people to live here? We can. I think we could actually design a great program around having officers and firefighters live in the city of Memphis with ongoing incentives, take-home car programs, difference in pay scale, to have them living in their communities. But for over 50 years, people have been leaving the city of Memphis. They're voting with their taillights. We've been losing population. And as part of the leadership of the city of Memphis can acknowledge that we have problems in Memphis that people are choosing to leave us for, then we're going to have an impossible time addressing those problems. And the two that I always hear the most of are school system and crime. And we don't have the school system vote in front of us right now at the moment. Right now, we're talking about crime. We're talking about policing. And we know that more can be done with more officers. And I think the people know that too. We ought to let them have a voice in this.
Does that conclude your comments?
For now, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wanted to make a couple of notes on the comment about not letting the voters decide. One thing that I want to note that hasn't been said in addition to everything else that has is that the election being in COVID and this pandemic has brought about changes and a sense of we're not really sure of how things are going to look in November. We're not really sure how people are going to be voting, if there's going to be a second wave, if we're going to be able to get accurate information to the constituents, if, that will even be an attempt to get accurate information or impartial information or just the facts to the constituents. So they expect us to operate on their behalf in those cases where they don't have full knowledge, they don't have access or the information. And that's what they voted us in for. So with so much that's unknown, even the fact that Director Rollins won't be in his position next year. So we don't know what the department is going to look like specifically. There are a lot of unknowns that are coming. So what we have is right now, we have the present, we have what we're dealing with at this moment. And, Councilwoman Easter Thomas asked, why is it so hard to sell Memphis? Well, like we said earlier, there are a number of things that factor in. Poverty. Councilman Morgan, I thought he was going to mention it, but he left out poverty, crime in schools. It's always alluded to when I talk to real estate agents, they always, talk about those elements. So right now, there's so much that factors into the crime rate, not just the number of officers, but you have domestic violence, you have unemployment, you have blight, COVID, you have the economic system. So we can't just say there it's the lack of officers, and we can't say just let the voters vote in November because there's so much uncertainty. So there are a number of things, and I think all we have that we can be certain of is right now. And with that, I yield back, Chair.
Okay. I have two other people in the queue, Councilwoman Easter Thomas and then Councilman Ed Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to note that as far as the survey that was commissioned by Mr. Reed, who's an independent political strategist, if you may, a lot of those questions, when we talked about manipulative data earlier, this survey is a great example of that. A lot of those questions had certain verbiage that would evoke emotion so that you would answer the question a certain way. If someone asked you, would you hire more police officers to make you feel safe? That additive in there to make you feel safe, of course you would answer a certain way. And so that's just putting back to what I said earlier about manipulating data and making sure you can get what you want out of how you put it. But as far as just a note to the point of being afraid, I'm not afraid to make a decision that I think that in some reason the voters may not like. But what I am afraid of is outside individuals coming to police my community and the communities of other Black and brown and poor individuals in the city. I'm afraid of paying my tax money to somebody else's home outside of this city, building up another city. I'm afraid of that as well. I'm also afraid for Shelby County tax money to not go to the school system in which I work and in which the people here, the kids around my neighborhood, do take in part of that. But I think that it's not of what we're afraid to do. The voters voted you in to make a decision. So then we have to ask, are we afraid to make that decision right now? But as Councilman Smiley said earlier, I would like to call for the question.
Okay, thank you. We did have one other person and we haven't allowed him to speak, and that's Edmund Ford, and then we're going to call for the question. Councilman Ford.
I'm gonna be very brief. Okay, the people elected us to make the right decisions. There was some comment that was made that the voter is not the only person. I think the voter is. Y'all came back and it was said that, hey, that these people that were underage and everything else, they have no right to vote right now. The voter is the taxpayer and everything else. And we have to kind of really think about that. This issue has been going on when I was on the council before, you know, and it keep going on and on and on and on. And I think, hey, the right thing to do is put it on the ballot. Let the people make that decision. COVID ain't got nothing to do with it because Trump won't be winning this time. Everybody's going to wrap around the doggone polls, okay? And everything else. So, hey, COVID don't have anything unless all of us die before November, okay? But we are going round and round and round. But hey, we really got to think, even our police directors, what's saying in the 50-mile radius, I don't think that's a problem, putting it on as a referendum. And hey, that should be done. Let them vote. We should not make that decision because, hey, it's been, like I said, I was elected in 1999 to 7. Now this is 2020 and we're going back through the same thing over and over again. And I want y'all to vote your conscience. But I mean, hey, let's be for real. There's more to it than this, that, and the other. And maybe, hey, some of these people need to put these guns down. Maybe then we wouldn't need no police. But you know, I have a problem here at my place of business when you get certain ones, hey, all they want to do is bring their gun, want to shoot, do this, do that, and the other. Maybe if we stop, hey, and go in the neighborhood and tell them, hey, why don't you put your guns down? Okay, why don't you quit drive by, getting out your car and shooting innocent people? Maybe that's what we need to try to do, you know. So it's time to vote. Let's call for the question, but please vote y'all's conscience today on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The last person who will be speaking will be Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. So real quick, I want to address Councilman Ford's comment about the voter being the only person. There was a time in which 8 of your colleagues were not allowed to vote. Our ancestors were not allowed to vote, and our ancestors' opinions mattered. Our beliefs about where this country should go mattered. So to suggest that the only people who matter are the voters is just not right. I have people in my family who lost their right to vote, but their vision for the city, it matters. I think on the campaign trail, I said from the homeless to the homeowner, and there's our goal is to represent everyone, not just the people who go to the polls and check the box for us, not just those who have the right to vote. I think in this city, we have a lot of people who are disenfranchised, a lot of people who do not have the right to vote, but their opinions still matter. So to suggest that the voter is the only person that matters, it's simply not right. It's not a reflective of the makeup of Memphis. But with that, I will call for the question.
Well, I got to comment on that. I didn't just say they voted, but the voters are the ones that's the taxpayer. And now, and since you said that, hey, I got to just say this. Hey, you're very young. I'm an older person. I fought for rights. There's a lot of y'all that's end up there that, hey, that may be a little bit old, and some of the people that sit there and that's older. Hey, we fought for everything that the young people kind of got right this minute. We fought for it. We marched for it. I'm going all the way back to Martin Luther King, everything else. A lot of y'all don't even understand what we fought for doing that. We fought for the right to vote, okay? So please don't go there with me. We the ones that fought. We the ones that struggle. A lot of people wouldn't be where they are now if we didn't get out there during those times and fought to make sure that we could get some of these things done. Some people don't know how easy it is right now. So please don't go there with me today.
Thank you.
You
Thank
don't
you,
know
council
anything
members.
about none of what we fought.
Thank you, council members. We've had very lively conversation this afternoon. I'd like to share that the council did have a poll as well. We had quite a few more respondents to the poll that we did, and it was just clear and simple. We cast the net out to 12,000 voters. We got a response of 1,095. And I cannot speak to your districts or your conscience, but my district overwhelmingly said that, and it was the only district that actually had a majority to oppose the referendum. I have always represented this district in listening to their voice. I have been their voice of reason for several years now. So I am going to represent my district as they have asked me to represent them. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Covette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
Yes, for all of the non-voters.
Point of order, out of
Ford.
order.
No,
excuse me, Ford,
no,
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
For every disenfranchised person, no.
Just
yes.
vote, please.
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Nay.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion fails. I'm sorry, it passes. Thank
Thank
you. I'm
you.
sorry. Madam Comptroller, let's see where we are on our agenda.
26.
That number 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number
Item-
26.
Item number 26 is a resolution appropriating $450,000 in funds for EN 0114 traffic signal furniture, fixtures, and equipment FY 2021 for emergency maintenance and construction. This resolution is sponsored by the Engineering Division.
Councilman Smiley or Chairman Smiley?
Yes, Madam Chair. Committee may recommend approval not so moved.
Need a second?
Second. Carlisle.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any council members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll? This item was moved by Chairman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Covette,
it's not going to be.
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Please.
Yes.
Ford,
Yes,
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 27.
Item number 27 is a resolution to transfer an allocation and appropriation of $31,180 from Crenshaw Library, CD 01098, to Raleigh Mall Redevelopment, CD 01092, and appropriate funds. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development.
Thank you. Council Chairwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met and we approved this item, and I so move.
Thank you. I don't see any council members in the queue, but I need a second.
Second, Councilwoman Logan.
Okay, thank you. Madam Comptroller, item number 27, will you please call the roll? It was moved by Chairwoman Easter Thomas and seconded by Councilwoman Logan.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. That brings us to our last item on our regular agenda.
Chairwoman,
Yes.
for item 25, can we add that to same 9 minutes? Can I request that we add that to same 9 minutes?
Objection.
I'd object as well.
We have to vote on that. The motion on the floor is to do the same 9 minutes on item number 25, which is the referendum rescinding ordinance 5744, amending Article 27. Are there any, I don't see anybody in the queue. Madam Comptroller, call the roll.
Chairwoman, we didn't hear the second. Would you let us know what the second was on that motion?
You did.
Jones a second.
Was that Mr. Jones?
Did you hear that? Yes, it was Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Canali,
No.
for same 9 minutes.
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Colette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford, Councilmember Ford for same 9 minutes.
I said no.
Thank you. Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. We'll put that for item number 25, staff, for same 9 minutes. Item number 28, Madam Comptroller.
So item number 28 is a resolution transferring $500,000 from the New Fraser Library, LI 01030, to the Raleigh Mall redevelopment, CD 01092, and appropriate funds. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development.
Thank you. Chairwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The committee met and approved this item, and I so move.
Second, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue. Item number 28 has been moved by Chairwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. I don't see anybody in the queue. Madam Comptroller, call the roll.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you.
Welcome, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay. Do we have any additional add-ons for this evening? I think we've covered all of those. Same night minutes. Vice Chair, have you reviewed our same night minutes?
Yes, Madam Chairman, items 16, 17, 18, 19, 25, 30, 31 are in order, and I move their adoption.
Okay, thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Canale.
One moment.
Madam,
We're trying to make sure that all of the items are included on that list at this time.
okay.
Where do we stand, staff? I think we want to update it to include item number 32, Mr. Colvett. You're on mute.
Sorry, friendly amendment accepted. Add item 32 to same night minutes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on same night minutes?
One moment, please.
And Chairwoman, we just voted separately on the same night minutes for 25, but we'll update that to include that item this evening for everyone to see.
Okay.
I believe everything is in order.
Let me make sure we got this in order. We're approving same night minutes on items 16, 17, 18, 19, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Is that correct?
And 25, we just voted on.
And 25, we voted for same night minutes on that as well.
Okay, and item 25. So
we do have the record straight.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure. Councilman, our vice chair did call those numbers. Everybody together?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Okay. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canale,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. That brings us to the end of our meeting agenda, and I will entertain a motion for recess.
So moved.
Do we have public comments, Madam Chair?
I am so sorry. Did we have any public comments?
It's that
Vice
time
Chair
again,
Colvett.
Madam Chairman.
I know, I'm ready to.
That time you've all been looking forward to.
Had to go. So will you please read our comments into the record?
All right, here we go. First one is from alert reader Johnny Mosley, 1150 Pelican Lane, Memphis 38109. Greetings. Last month, I expressed my concern over the fact that MATA has eliminated bus service in Boxtown, Rolling Green Hills, Firestone, and North Haven. Since then, I, along with the great state representative Barbara Cooper, have engaged in conversations with the MATA officials only to hear the same sad songs about low ridership and lack of funds as reasons for MATA to cut bus service in these underserved communities. Today, I still stand by my previous comments to the MATA board and the MATA leadership. I still believe that it is morally wrong to treat bus riders like the American creed of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness does not apply to them. I still believe that it is wrong to blame bus riders for low ridership when that so-called low ridership is a result of years of MATA constantly changing the timetables of bus routes, cutting bus service, and replacing major bus routes with shuttle buses. A few years ago, I correctly predicted that replacing main fixed routes with shuttle buses, cutting bus service, and constantly changing the timetable of bus routes would result in a major decrease in the ridership as well as a lack of trust in MATA. Long before COVID-19 came into existence, I, sadly, watched MATA go from serving 40,000 people per day to 25,000 people per day. Instead of showing appreciation to those who have dealt with the frustrations and pains of being forced to ride 2 buses just to get downtown, MATA has made it a point to snatch the little air out of the transportation life of struggling citizens who should be receiving equitable public transportation. Recently, I received a letter from Congressman Steve Cohen who wrote, "I strongly disagree that every Memphian deserves equitable access to quality and sustainable public transit regardless of their zip code." Congressman Steve Cohen was a co-sponsored of the Moving Forward Act, a $1.5 trillion plan to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, including transit. The plan passed in the House of Representatives on July 1, 2020. If it is approved by the United States Senate, it will, in the words of Congressman Steve Cohen, include $100 billion in transit so that agencies like MATA can add more routes and provide more reliable service. 4 days ago, I, along with Ms. Marcella Shepard of the Boxtown Neighborhood Association, hosted a telephone conference with community leaders, neighborhood association leaders, community activists, ministers, elected officials, and residents of the affected areas. Based on their response, I know I have their blessing when I say that they are not pleased with MATA leadership eliminating buses in Boxtown, Firestone, North Haven, and other surrounding neighborhoods. They are disheartened about their neighbors being forced to walk blocks from their homes to catch a bus. They are not happy about the future plan of MATA to force on-demand service down the throats of the residents of Boxtown or any other neighborhoods, especially at a time when MATA has stripped bus riders of their fixed bus route service. They believe that something must be done to see that the 6 North Haven, 31 Firestone, and 38 Boxtown be restored in the affected neighborhoods. If MATA administration does not want to restore those eliminated routes, the MATA administration, MATA board should, at the very least, consider the consolidation of the eliminated routes into 8 Chelsea, 11 Thomas, and 12 Levi, so the people in the underserved neighborhoods can get out of their neighborhoods via bus service. This will not hurt the budget of MATA and will only increase the ridership of the major bus routes I just mentioned in these comments. To those on the MATA board who have no feedback to my comments, I respect your right to keep silent, but I, respectfully, ask that you think about the words of the late Congressman John Lewis, a civil rights icon. Quote, "When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something," end quote. Thank you for hearing my comments. Thank you for your service to the community. Second letter is from Marcella Shepard, who gave us a P.O. box number, but I think I have her address in another email. She writes, August 3rd, 2020, Memphis City Council, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, on behalf of the Boxtown community, which is located on the extreme west side of Memphis, we are not pleased with MATA's decision to eliminate our bus service and roll out an on-demand service in this historic Boxtown community this fall. We have attended MATA's board meetings and made our concerns known, but they appear to be falling on deaf ears. We have also made our concerns known to Governor Lee, Senator Steve Cohen, that's what she wrote, State Representative Barbara Cooper, City Mayor Jim Strickland, County Mayor Leah Harris, City Councilman Edmund Ford, and others. Mr. Johnny Mosley, Chairman of Citizens for Better Service, has attended MATA's board meetings and made our concerns known, and they still insist on pushing this on-demand service down our throats. We do not want their on-demand service in our community. We want our regular bus service. We have submitted options to MATA that would keep our bus service. We have also asked MATA to work with one of their former employees, Mr. Lonnie Britton, who has on several occasions proposed an excellent remedy that would keep our bus services. We are also concerned about this on-demand service, which is scheduled to roll out in North Haven, Firestone, and Rolling Green Hills neighborhoods, and any neighborhood that MATA might deem necessary to eliminate bus service. Although for years, this Boxtown community has been underserved and underrepresented, and we have gone through not hearing from our elected officials until election time. We ask that the members of this Memphis City Council step up to the plate and pay close attention to what MATA is doing. We also ask that the Memphis City Council take a hard look at monies being spent by MATA, which includes the 2.5 millions recently awarded to MATA, and see how that money is actually being spent and how it is actually benefiting the citizens and bus riders of our communities. We ask that you investigate their administrative costs, capital spending, etc. Please find the waste and let the bus riders benefit from your efforts. At this moment in time, we feel that MATA's leadership is questionable, and we are requesting an official investigation into their practices. Let's not get caught up in rhetoric, stop wasting time, and show the bus riders of this great Memphis city that you care. Respectfully submitted, Marcella Shepard. Council lady, that concludes, and I move to recess.
Thank you. Seconded by, who was that? Canale. All right. Good night. This meeting is now in recess. Bye.